Good morning, everybody. It is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. First, the normal announcements. If you can make sure your mobile phone is switched to silent, please, that would be helpful. Thank you. And you probably heard the fire alarm a bit earlier, so if it does sound, it is the real thing. There's two exits either side of the council chamber, and then you go down the stairs and congregate in the council car park. Don't come back in, obviously, until we're told it's safe to do so. And is everybody all right with stairs? Yeah, everybody? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Well, we're obviously going to have to talk about the conditions, aren't we? The council have very helpfully put the air conditioning unit on early this morning. But it's early, isn't it? And it's going to get warmer. So I think you wanted to say something, Mr.
I do. And can I just preface this by saying, I know this goes without saying, but I do want to say anyway, no one is more reluctant to suggest anything that's going to lead to any delays more than I am, really.
I hope not.
But I know, but I am, as it's quite with a bit of trepidation that I'm going to say this, but I mean, my position is that we might be able to get through maybe even until lunchtime today, say, if with a fair wind, no pun intended, but we might be. But I think looking even beyond lunchtime today when it starts to warm up, and then certainly into evidence on liability costs and the beginning of the planning evidence, all of which is obviously so important, not that evidence is more or less important to the inquiry, but obviously this highways evidence and the planning evidence and the viability stuff is so important. Certainly by the end of yesterday, I was personally struggling to kind of just keep a clear head.
Yep.
And we just can't do it. It's too important. And if anything, over the next month, it's going to get warmer, not cooler, in terms of the forecast. So I think, again, with great kind of like trepidation and hesitation, I think we do need to sort of grasp the nettle.
Yep.
Except that really the status quo cannot subsist. October, obviously, should be absolutely fine, you would have thought, but for now, anyway, for the July dates, it can't subsist. And so that leads to, obviously, the very difficult question of, well,
what do we do?
What then?
Okay, well, let's park that
anyway,
there. Let's
park
hear
that.
from other people. What about, let's go round the room then, shall we? Oh, you'll yeah. Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Bell. What's your view?
I mean, we're in a difficult position because obviously every day that's added on to the inquiry incurs further costs for the Raw 6. And one of the difficulties will be is if the planning kind of starts to spin out into October a bit more, then there's going to be a requirement for Mr. Barnes to undertake more preparation and more work, whereas at the moment my planning witnesses are scheduled to end before the end of July.
Yeah.
So that just means that Mr. Barnes has to deal with cross-examination, and we're trying to come up to an arrangement in terms of shared closings. I do obviously appreciate that it's not ideal to be working in this type of heat, and there were points yesterday where I confess that I struggled with some focus, but I'm in a particularly difficult place because of the funding side of things here.
Okay. Okay, let's carry on. Mr. Young.
So we're fine, absolutely fine as we are, actually. We don't have a problem with this. I personally never really get hot and bothered. And
Well, you got your fan, haven't you?
And yeah, well, I thought ahead, haven't I? So I've got a fan and I'm fine. My team are fine. We don't want any delays. We think that would be very, very unfortunate. I'm not a man to let a thing go, I have to say sometimes, and I am troubled by the constant suggestion that we can't have the windows open at night. No burglar is going to scale the building and get in through a 3-inch gap. It's ridiculous. And the people I've explained this to say, oh, well, it wouldn't make much difference because the window's not open much. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's really cold. And so, or it's cool, and that cool air would fill the room. So there is the answer. Somebody just needs to speak to somebody who's good on common sense, because those windows open will solve the problem. I thoroughly recommend a fan. I was doing a fairly heavy advertising promotion yesterday. There's a store in the High Street. I don't think any of the lawyers and planning consultants and surveyors can fail to afford a £30 fan. If there's a solution that means we go somewhere else and it's got air conditioning, great. But until that's found, we would very much like to press on. We do not want delay.
Right, okay.
Cost is also a consideration for us.
Okay. Dr. Bowes, I mean, you haven't really been here, have you? So, and
it's all right at the moment. It's all right. So, I'll see how it goes.
Yes,
If it becomes
okay.
intolerable, I'll say.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we haven't got. We have actually. Sorry, National Highways. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Thanks, Madam. Well, we're obviously only playing a very small part here, and we won't be back next week for socioeconomics and general viability. But personally, I found it pretty unbearable yesterday, and really struggled. Personally, I found it pretty unbearable yesterday, and really struggled. But I appreciate I haven't gone out and bought a fan, so I will do that at lunchtime. But it's already extremely warm in here. Doesn't seem like the air conditioning has made a huge difference, and it is only going to get hotter. So I think we do align ourselves with the applicant on this, although we're obviously conscious of avoiding any delay and any additional costs to everybody.
Right. Okay. Well.
Can I?
Oh yes. Mr.
No, it's my fault.
Yes, of course.
I deferred.
Yeah.
Well, there's obviously a kind of long-term issue that needs a resolution, because we're sitting here today, but there's tomorrow and there's next week, and there's, I think, 3 weeks.
It's going to be warm as well.
Yeah, there's 3 weeks left in summer, and we don't want to be constantly having this discussion. We need some certainty. So there's a longer-term or medium-term issue that does need resolving. As Mr. Young says, we are all professionals and we're all committed to this, and I think actually what that means is that we do need to take seriously when people say this is kind of at the limit. So I do take those points seriously. I wasn't actively engaged yesterday, but by lunchtime I was finding it quite oppressive in here, to be honest. There's a shorter term issue, which is if there are going to be disruptions or a need to go slow to have more breaks or whatever this week, we need to work out the programme. And I think there's also a difference between those people who visit, if you might say, and those people who are here permanently. And I think that needs to be borne in mind. Obviously, Mr. Young's contributions are always welcome. But there is a difference, and Mr. Simons and I were speaking this morning, and I'm aware that Mr. Pestle has his not available next week issue, although Mr. Simons and I both agree, at least between ourselves, that tranche of evidence can come anywhere so long as it comes before planning.
Well, that's the problem.
That may, yes. So I'm really posing questions and raising issues rather than providing answers, but I'm sympathetic to it. There is a question. So the council isn't in a position to kind of procure air conditioners and things, because the summer will be over by the time it's got those in place. But if the applicant wished to, it could. There are then questions with noise and everything. It's getting very noisy in here already as it is. I understand the other room isn't wired up for broadcasting, so that we can't have there isn't a public feed in there. Yeah.
One of the
No, so that's where we are. But I do think we need to spend some time making decisions so that we've got some certainty going forward. I
Exactly,
think.
we do.
One of the things I was going to suggest, I've not actually looked into this yet, but the possibility of my clients who aren't actually here today to No, Mr. Gearing's not here today.
Right.
He is watching along on the screen to consider local sort of hotel style, or not specifically hotels, but event spaces within something like a hotel that might be air conditioned, and to check availability on it. There are also devices, gadgets that you can put. I'm sure you've all seen them. I've done planning inquiries with them. You can put them in the middle of a room, and it live streams the whole event. It's called an owl. And as in, you wouldn't necessarily need a room with physical cameras, or it does a really good job at HD streaming, so we could still do the live stream in such a situation. But those are inquiries that haven't been made yet. I'm just texting him at the moment. He's watching along, so that's an exercise of research that would need to happen.
So the other thing possibly was mentioned was to get another or rent another air conditioning unit.
That's, I mean, presumably quite an easy thing to do.
Yes, but
maybe not.
The problem is that council, as I understand it, are a bit reluctant at the moment because of obviously safety, being a public building. Now that needs to be overcome, obviously, or addressed. But, I would have thought that's a good solution for short term.
Okay, that's another research exercise then. What I don't know is, presumably I don't know what there is at the back of the room, but presumably we'd be talking about getting another 2 or 3 units of a similar sort of whatever that is, to stick out the window and see what happens. It's going to get noisy, and I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. That's the problem.
Oh, they're not ones that don't have to be.
Okay.
But they're not some sort of standalone cooler.
Right.
Put water in them, don't you, and they evaporate. They're also quite noisy. We've got one at home. They're also quite noisy, but I also don't know. I've never found them to be particularly effective in terms of the level of cooling they actually provide.
Yeah.
So we need something that's not too noisy and effective, basically.
Yeah. So I'm just in contact with Mr. Gearing at the moment. We'll look into that in the short term. And I've said very short term, because the very, very short term indeed. It'll have to be like, tomorrow, for instance.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep looking into, well, we'll have other discussions about my other idea that I'm not sure is going to be easy, but it's, I think, worth at least considering.
Oh, what, another venue?
The venue,
I
know that's going to be...
So will the applicants pay for that?
I need to come back to you on it. I've not got detailed instructions on it yet.
Okay, well, somebody's going to have to, and it's...
I think the point is that, I do appreciate what Mr. Young says, and I've obviously got some sympathy for that position. It might be that I'm not as hardy as him, but the point is, regardless of how hardy we are or not, we've all got to be able to do this.
No, everybody has different tolerance levels.
Yeah.
And don't they? Well, they do.
It's true.
And, to be quite honest, if one person in this inquiry, especially somebody who's playing a leading part in it, can't function properly, then I would not be happy to carry on. So, not in the longer term anyway, because, that's, well, I should imagine there's some human rights issues going on there. So,
yes, quite, yes.
So, we can't do that. So we need to make sure everyone is you have to be reasonable, obviously, and we can all cope with a bit of discomfort, I'm sure, but, 34 degrees is not...
No.
It's not right for
I'm with
anybody. Even if you do say you're okay, I don't think it is right, really. So, I think what we're going to do then, if you're okay with it,
yes.
is to carry on.
Yep.
And we can always have more frequent breaks if we want to, but we'll carry on, see if we can get Mr. Wild finished.
Yep.
Okay. And then we'll see how we
take stock.
How we are, and we'll see how we'll have a break as our usual time. We can have a bit longer if people want to.
Let's do it.
So, shall we do that?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Happy with that?
do want to convey just to Mr. Wilde that he's going to have to be disciplined with himself to make sure that if he's not feeling
That's
100%,
everybody.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but he's obviously on the stand.
So if anybody feels unwell or wants to stop, just please let me know,
Thank
and we
you.
will. All right? And I'm going to take my jacket off. And please do. Well, everybody has. Mr.
Thank you
Young
very
has
much.
as
I'd
well.
anticipated that one today.
Mr. Young, please do. Oh, you're waiting for
I'll
me.
wait
I
till it
know.
warms up a bit.
I thought you were waiting for me, Mr. Young.
Feel the benefit. Oh dear.
Right,
Lovely.
okay then.
Thank you
Anybody
very
else got
much.
anything else they want to raise before we carry on? Oh, I have just got one thing actually. This hydrology note, could I just ask, please, you don't have to tell me now, but if someone could clarify, it's actually now the hydrology note that answers Miss Bonnie's issues and other people, is on now as a inquiry document. I'm not sure which one, but it's probably the latest one. But on paragraph 3.3, third line down, it says permeable sub-bass. Now I'm presuming that's sub-base, but it could be a sort of technical term. I don't really know. So,
Oh, nor do I. So I'll have to find.
so could you just
find out.
clarify that? I think it's base.
No.
Well, that'd be two S's anyway.
Oh, sorry, I can't see it. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. I know it's not, but it could.
That sounds like a typo,
I
doesn't
think
it?
it's a typo.
So we will
but Can you
confirm.
just clarify, please? Right. Should we start? Thank you.
Yes, thank
Yes,
you very
thank
much.
you, Mr. Simon.
Good morning, Mr. Wilde. Here we are, still. So we've done almost everything. So most of the topics that you'd intended to cover in the first instance, we've been over. But we did want to wait until Mr. Weaver and Mr. Bowes were back with us and Dr. Bowes were back to do the junctions in particular in Mr. Weaver's evidence. You commented on them a little bit yesterday, and you commented on the approach to scenario testing yesterday in Mr. Weaver's evidence. But then what we didn't do was get into the detail of the junctions that Mr. Weaver comments on in his proof, and obviously he also refined that evidence a bit orally as well. You'll remember.
Yep.
Would you like to talk us through the situation with those few junctions?
Yeah.
I mean, would it help to start with a map of them?
I think that could be useful.
And I wonder in that case whether or not a helpful starting point might just be your rebuttal proof of evidence, which is 37.21.1. Just let the inspector find that one. And within your rebuttal, it's on page 57. Hopefully there's a figure JWR9, locations of junctions. Have you got that, Mr.
Yes.
Wilde? Lovely. Right then. So I think were anyway. I said were at the time that you prepared this. These were all the junctions that were sort of fully in contention, if you like, as between you and Mr. Weaver.
Yep.
So do you want to just take us through them?
Yeah. So just before starting that, as a refresher from the conversation yesterday, so the context for this next discussion is essentially on a sort of without prejudice basis position to our view that the relative test, as with reference to the reference case, is appropriate, but in order to sort of facilitate response to Mr. Weaver and to further the evidence base, in my rebuttal, I adopted an alternative approach, more akin to that Mr. Weaver did in his evidence, in part, which is to look at, in a number of cases, the absolute performance of the junctions. I
just want to explain what you mean by absolute performance. I mean, maybe the inspector's got a clear understanding of it, but just to be clear.
I cover this off in my rebuttal as a bit of an explanation, and I don't think there is a difference of opinion between myself and Mr. Weaver on this one, that there is two very, very simply, two ways to look at networks for the purposes of assessment of impact. One would be to look at the difference that results from the development, so the relative test, and assess which is what the TA presents. And the other is to look at the junction as though it is operating as though its capacity is a finite point, and therefore this may be more akin to the slightly more traditional approach of aspiring to a network that operates entirely within capacity, and that therefore, I'm not quoting myself here on this one, but a junction that operates over capacity is a problem. I think there's a challenge with that as an approach in general, as I set out in evidence. But so this approach tries to look at that, and it's something that Mr. Weaver does, I think, in fairness, with his evidence in chief, with due caveat when he looks at that in evidence in chief. But I think it's important to note that's the purpose of this exercise. So it is the absolute worst case way of looking at the network performance and impact. And I'll explain how we do that slightly differently on each of the junctions as we go through it. So I think with that in mind, it's probably best to just sort of dive in really at the junctions in question.
Please do. So do you want to, which way should we do them? I think he started up at junction 20.
Yep, that makes sense.
And ended up in the end over at junction 41, which is the junction with the M2.
Yep. So junction 20, as it says there, is the junction between, is sometimes locally referred to as Grovehurst, but it's the junction between Swale Way or the Northern Relief Road and the A249. It's the junction that's subject to works at the moment by KCC through public funding exercise, and you were taken to the drawing by Mr. Weaver in evidence, and I think we might need to do that again here, actually, just to clarify, because I think the general position was that Mr. Weaver was broadly content that the junction was operating within capacity, but he highlighted one area of particular concern with the modelling, to do with queue lengths on an internal circulatory lane.
This is one where he had what he described as residual concerns.
Residual concerns, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
He said it would, just looking at my note, hopefully end up with a suitable solution.
Yep.
He said, but he has residual concerns.
So with that in mind, and just to keep it as straightforward as possible, I think if we could go to, and I think the best place for this would be my rebuttal appendices, which is 3721.2, and then to page, get this right. Yes, so two page references here. One page is 141, and then to 263. 141 first, and then 263. I believe these are the same pages that Mr. Weaver took us to at the time. So the first one are the modelling results of this junction that have been undertaken, and as I understand it, I think Mr. Weaver was generally comfortable. He acknowledged that there'd been some signal timing changes made, but this is a model of a proposed junction. So it as it were, under construction junction, I should say. So it's not operating today. So it naturally has to use a degree of anticipation of how it would operate based on the drawing design. But I don't think there's a huge disparity between us in terms of the appropriateness of that modelling. The line in question is the one that was usefully highlighted in red on this table, which shows. We'll come on to exactly where this is geographically. A mean max Q forecast of 12.8 PCUs, and again, this is something that Mr. Weaver drew attention to. And I think this is possibly where the implications of this is where we slightly depart in terms of position. So have looked at this since hearing Mr. Weaver's evidence in chief, with the benefit of his explanation. If we turn to page 263 now, with that number in mind. 263, I think, of the same document. Yeah, so of the rebuttal evidence. I hope it's the right one. Have I got the right one there? Someone jumped. Oh, maybe not actually. No, sorry. No, it doesn't go that far. Maybe it was 163. Sorry, apologies. It's a drawing of the. I may have given you the wrong number there. Yep, sorry, it's not that one. Apologies. It's a drawing of the junction, the design. It's a KCC stroke Sistra drawing. It's frustrating. I did check this just the other day. Mr. Weaver took it to us. I don't know if he's able to assist in reminding.
I believe it's in your technical note you submitted.
That's correct. Yes. Yes. Yep. Thank you. That.
Notes,
Apologies.
aren't there? So it'll be probably in the 34s,
Yeah.
34.12 point
So-
something.
It's frustrating. I did go to the trouble of looking this one up. Got it wrong. So that would most likely be
Oh, that. What was the first page number?
263.
Okay, so it's core document 34.12.1. Hang on, say that again. Core document 34.12.2, not 1, 34.12.2, and it is page 263.
Apologies, too many pages.
Not at all. You got the page number right. It's a technical note called a supplementary forecast model scenario, submitted alongside. We've looked at it obviously before. We went to it in your evidence in chief yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and it's a colourful, large roundabout drawing. That's it. You've got it there. And I think probably for ease, if you're looking at an electronic version, it will help to zoom in now on the side of the roundabout at approximately 11 o'clock, I think, if I get my clock correct. So if we zoom into the section that is on the I-Wade side of that junction for local reference. Sorry? That's correct. Yep. So that arm of the roundabout is quite separated at that position. So if we're looking at that arm, the link in question they're referring to is on the circulatory carriageway. So it's the bit on the roundabout, coming from between, if you want, the two sections of that northern arm. So there's a stop line there, and you can see it does actually open up. You can see 3 lanes marked up on the internal circulating carriageway. So the link in question specifically relates to just the one, which is the left-hand most, what we would refer to as lane 1, out of the 3. So this 12 to 13 PCUQ is accumulating in that situation at the end of the site. Effectively when that stop line there goes on red, eventually the model is suggesting that a maximum queue of 13 vehicles propagates in there.
Hang on,
13, sorry, 12 to 13.
12.8 PCUs.
Yes, PCUs, yeah.
Which is slightly less.
If it's cars, it would be less. Yeah, so it would be. But if we just take the 13 PCUs for the moment as a. So if we were to measure that back around that lane, so if you visualise that actually not in model terms stacking on top of itself, but in reality appearing on the ground, that would equate to a distance of around about 80 metres. And that would take you back, and this is the point, it wouldn't take you back to any of the next stop lines. It would take you back to, if we follow that round, going around to the south, and you can see a point where, it's very difficult to explain where it is, but it's where you've got clear 3 lanes marked out with large centerline markings. Can you see that point where it then stops, and you can see that there's the smaller dotted lines from the curving coming in from the south. Do you see that point there? It's very difficult to highlight, I'm afraid, to describe it. It is, but before that happens. So if you follow that lane around until it gets to the point when you see effectively the 2 different approaches are marked coming into that lane. So that is where that queue would extend back to.
With the dotted lines.
just where they start to diverge, the dotted lines start to diverge off. So, and what that means is that in the event that, and this is a sort of the worst case scenario that's developing in this case, when traffic then leaves this sort of, so if you feel green goes on one of those other two arms, actually the majority of the other movements that need to come into that roundabout can actually continue quite happily. So everyone can, whether it's the other circulating lane, which is the one to the south starts, or it's the off slip that goes on to green when that queue is present, 4 of the other lanes can all move quite happily. And it's only the one coming up the left-hand lane from the circulatory or the middle lane that would depart the stop line and then get to the back of the queue. And it's worth noting that this circulatory arm is given about 43 seconds of green time during the cycle, so it's actually operating a lot. So the actual time that queue would be sitting waiting is fairly limited. So it doesn't sit there for 90 seconds or 120 seconds. It's actually that queue would be moving again very rapidly. So it appears and then would dissipate again very quickly. So really, that's a very complicated explanation of saying that when the modelling was undertaken, as is always the case with a signalised junction, you have to balance the times around the junction. It's not one right answer. It's quite a finessing process of going around, adjusting the timings. The modelling decision that was made there was that would not cause blocking back, and it wouldn't cause gridlock, is the sort of term that you might say, so that one exit blocks another exit and you get a cycle of deterioration of the junction. That's the concern that could occur from blocking back in a circulatory carriageway. But the modelling decision that was made is that balances. It's a very subtle difference. There are means of just reducing that down to 11 or 10 by adjusting signal timing, and that's almost certainly what would happen on the ground, because we are talking about a theoretical model of a junction that's not built. The reality is the way these are developed is that KC's signal timing team would go out and over a period of weeks would calibrate the timing to observe these sort of activities. And the consequence of that, really at worst, would be to put a small additional queue on one of the other approaches to balance that, to sort of make sure the junction continues to operate. So we're talking very subtle differences here. And it is, as I think Mr. Weaver implied himself, eminently possible to get this junction to operate effectively.
Thank you. Excuse me. That's actually, this is all without prejudice, as it were, as you've explained. Just so the inspector's clear on Junction 20, on your primary case, which is to say on your what's the right word, sort of relative to reference case approach, which is through the TA and all the rest of it. Any problems at Junction 20?
No, the conclusion was that it was no severe impact. Right.
So that's Junction 20. Moving on across the map.
Yep.
Managed to lose.
Bring that back up myself. So we drop down now to 32 and 58, which is the Woodstock Road corridor that we discussed with respect.
I think in his oral evidence will be corrected. I think Mr. Weaver accepted no issue with 58 now.
Yeah,
that was a step forward from the written state of affairs, but he's obviously seen your rebuttal.
Yep. Based on that rebuttal, I think Mr. Weaver's reached, and I think with respect to both 58 and 32, Mr. Weaver's position on this one is that he spoke to the positive contribution that the proposed cycle infrastructure and active travel infrastructure would make.
This is along the Woodstock Road corridor. Yeah, he's supportive of that.
Yep, and I think also it's fair to say supportive of the idea that the ability to deliver that and the constraint that's offered such that this junction, neither of these junctions are being purported to operate fully within capacity, because in fact the intention of that corridor is both to reallocate the road space to active travel users and to infer a degree of constraint away from that route to other more appropriate routes. In essence, that requires the junction to operate a little over capacity, in truth, for that constraint to be effective.
Otherwise it wouldn't be a constraint.
And I think Mr. Weaver is in agreement on that point.
So what's he not in agreement with, though? So on 32, he was talking about the cycle of the traffic lights.
Yeah, so this is something actually, it's a useful highlight, and I did touch on this point with respect to Mr. Bamber's evidence about the 120 cycle time. Mr. Weaver retains a concern because he has identified that Junction 58 is proposed to operate with a 90-second cycle time, which is a point that I made as reference to there being a difference, but is less comfortable, I think, that with Junction 32, as coded at the moment, it operates with a 120-second cycle time, which is the point that Mr. Bamber had raised. So it's just interesting. Mr. Weaver has noted the difference between those junctions, maybe not in the way that others have. In terms of my response to that, firstly, I'm not as concerned about the 120 seconds. 120 seconds is an accepted cycle time for a pedestrian, for a junction with pedestrian facilities. Typically, that would be something that TfL would accept. I agree that to go over that is in special cases only. So take that first point in hand. Secondly, that there is opportunity, considerable opportunity in fact, within this junction to modify this design to introduce, say, an additional lane of traffic. So one of the early iterations we had included 2 lanes of traffic in both directions, north and south, at this junction, which still allowed us to provide the active travel corridor facilities, and it did have a better performance characteristic. For this particular exercise, we've erred towards a more aggressive constraint, taking away, so we've got single lane approaches on all arms, which is at the detriment to traffic capacity, and to a certain extent we decided that 120 seconds was the offset balance between that. You could go back and provide a little more highway capacity, an extra lane in the design, and then bring your cycle time down to 90 seconds and still get the same level of delay and performance that we see in that junction, which would be consistent with the modelling being accurate and the constraint-based approach. So again, a bit similar to Junction 20, I think, as Mr. Weaver implied himself, he generally happy, thinks it can be resolved, but hasn't seen anything.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable I'm comfortable that easily can be. And I've looked at that again with the benefit of Mr. Weaver's oral
Of his evidence.
and looked at that again to see whether or not, whether he has a point. And I can see, I think as he implies, a fairly easy solution to that one that would come through both the design and approval process and finding out what the appropriate balance is to maximise the active travel opportunity with a 90-second cycle time.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
No,
there.
sorry.
I didn't mean to
No,
do that. When it comes to, I think, well, Junction 20, it's pretty obvious what your answer is. But for these junctions, 32 and 58, in your view, how do they stack up against the tests in the NPPF?
Well, both of them require the application of the severe test to embrace the concept that in this location constraint is being applied.
Yeah.
So it's not as simple as it's operating within capacity at Junction 20. Mm-hmm. Therefore, the impact is not severe. It requires that judgment to be made, a judgment which I think Mr. Weaver and I both share as being a sensible judgment. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but on that basis, the conclusion would be that it's consistent with the NPPF in those terms.
So what you're saying is that they are operating above capacity. They would operate above capacity to put people off using.
Yes, and the extent to which that constraint is in place based on the model's forecast reassignment away from that corridor gives rise to a performance at the junctions and the network which is not severe relative to existing conditions. So it's a harder one to explain because it doesn't fall within that simple category of it's within capacity or it's relatively an improvement. It is a requirement to have that constraint, but the NPPF gives us that latitude, especially with the avoidance to predict and provide and looking to a test of vision. Overall, it wouldn't be termed to be severe, in my view. Yeah.
This approach of constraint links into your earlier evidence about the vision-led approach, does it?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, I think that's one of the, in my view, that's one of the key. I think I touched on this days ago now, lost track of where we were. An area that I think is increasingly becoming apparent is that constraint is one of the stick I referred to it at the time.
Fix, yeah.
Is often going to be one of the key points. If we're not going to predict and provide for the highway capacity, and we're going to not just entice people to use alternative modes, but have an element of persuasion, and also to persuade people. It's analogous in many respects to traffic calming a route you don't want people to use. So if you traffic calm a road, people's journey times are slowed down. They have to go over speed humps, which you could argue is a detriment to the free flow of traffic. But that is an accepted means by which you apply some persuasion to people to do the right thing. In this case, a combination of use the right mode or use an alternative route.
If people decide, well, we'll use an alternative route, then that runs into the problem of people going on perhaps less suitable roads.
Well, in this case, it actually leads to people going on to sticking on the A2 and going on to the relief road. So I probably won't take you to all of the data on this one, but one of the outcomes of the supplementary forecasting scenario that we did with this constraint and the adjustment to sustainable travel is that there were areas where there was a traffic increase on the Southern Relief Road as a result, and there was an increase on the A2 in locations that result from people reassigning from this road. So one of the points Mr. Bamber makes is that he assumes that the full response to the supplementary scenario is all from sustainable travel change, which would then suggest that you would get a global reduction in traffic, but you don't. You see traffic increasing, but you generally see that increasing on, let's say, the A2, and actually some increases on the relief road. So that is the route that people were using instead.
Saying people are put off using this corridor, they use the relief road instead.
Yes.
Or the A2.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not really having a net improvement to sustainable travel then, are you?
No, it's both. The sustainable travel is improving. For the development, I should point, I touched on yesterday that we're not attempting to forecast wider benefits, although I anticipate that would happen. We just haven't gone into that. We haven't gone there, if you will, in terms of trying to anticipate the more global change to sustainable travel that would occur from this work. But we have certainly attempted to forecast the implications from the development's sustainable travel change. For other traffic, it's simply reassignment. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I keep cutting you off. And those implications for sustainable travel that the inspector's asking about aren't they, set out in the note that I think maybe we're not still in it anymore, but it's 34.12.2, which is the note that we opened up before, the supplementary modelled scenario that includes the interventions that we've been going over along the Woodstock Road. It's all set out there, including things like forecast mode, share, and
for the development traffic. Yeah,
for the development.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, right then. So that was those two junctions. The next junction is Junction. Let me just get the map up. I keep losing it. Junction. There we are. Junction 39, I think, which is A2 the Mall. Over towards Faversham.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth just grouping these together. I think Mr. Weaver does as well in his evidence and in chief, I think. So they can be referred to together. And we've taken a slightly different approach here as well for reasons that I'll come on to explain. So I think we've adopted some localised modelling of that junction. And the approach that we've taken here, because I think there's a general acceptance from us and from Mr. Weaver, and I think probably from anyone, that these two junctions are operating over capacity today. And I don't think there's any expectation that without intervention that they will stop operating over capacity in the future. And therefore, this approach to assessing them just in absolute terms isn't really going to tell us much. We've got nothing. It would just simply tell us that they're operating over capacity now and they're operating over capacity in the future. So that approach that we adopted for Junction 20 doesn't really work in this context. So again, very much without prejudice, again, to the position regarding the reference case, and in order to sort of move this process forward. In my evidence, I simply just adopted Mr. Weaver's, if you want, forecast flow scenario from his own transport assessment for the Duchy application as a future reference case, if you will, as an alternative. Now, it's not something that I endorse or think is appropriate, but I just simply got that information in a means to expedite this evaluation. I think Mr. Weaver then doesn't disagree on that as a flow input perspective. Where Mr. Weaver does have concerns, and this is in response to the rebuttal in evidence in chief, is that, and I think I'm happy to be corrected if I've misinterpreted what I've heard, but essentially I don't think he thinks they're operating as badly as our localised modelling suggests. So I think there's agreement that they're going to operate over capacity in the future, and they do now, but that our necessarily slightly simplified individual junction modelling overstates the extent of the problem in the future. And in Mr. Weaver's defence, his application, which is right on this corridor, has undertaken a considerably more complex modelling exercise using a Vism microsimulation exercise, which is understandable and proportionate to where his site's development site or client site access is. And he may well, be the benefit of that evidence, be able to reach the conclusion that in that forecast situation without this development, the junction is operating slightly better. I don't think there's an implication from his evidence or in chief or in that transport assessment that they're working within capacity. I think it's a difference of how much over they are. But that is quite important when it comes to our evidence, or my evidence that I put forward with these junctions, is that they still do allow us to assess the junction. I think it would be disproportionate in rebuttal to have gone off and constructed a microsimulation model of that corridor ourselves, to have done that. Certainly wouldn't have been achievable in 2 weeks in any meaningful way. But I don't think it even would have been necessary or appropriate. So if we just take them on face value, the risks of using them, and I think this is something I think Mr. Weaver touched on again, Evidence in Chief, and I think I may cross-refer just to one example appeal decision. It's well accepted that when junctions go over capacity, particularly less so microsim junction models, but your standalone junctions, they deteriorate quite rapidly. So that the accuracy and the confidence you can take within the performance, once they go above operational capacity, it becomes less and less useful. So that's the consequence of using this information. And I touch on that. No. The junction modelling we've used. Once it goes across operational capacity, effectively every single car you add to it has a disproportional increase in delay, and therefore they're not very. The conclusions to be drawn from them are generally overstating the level of impact in that case. And I've drawn some attention to that. Just for your reference, I think it is in para 102 of my rebuttal evidence where I picked that up. Sorry, page 102, para 43 for your reference, which is CD 3721-2 for reference, about that idea that you have to take caution. So what that's saying is that when we're looking at that evidence and the prediction of additional delay, we have to err on the side of caution. That's what I was going to say when we look at those results. That being said, just before I say that, really, really important other caveat to this simplified assessment that I've undertaken in my rebuttal. It simply takes the development's trip generation and adds it onto the data from Mr. Weaver's. What it doesn't do is make any attempt to forecast the beneficial implications of the opening of M2 Junction 5A for existing traffic. That's simply something that would have been that is reflected in the information within the transport assessment that does the relative test, that looks at the net implications of this development and the road infrastructure. In this exercise within my rebuttal, I simply look at the if you want, the gross traffic generation from the development through this corridor. And I think probably, even without the benefit of evidence, it's fairly logical that a new motorway junction at Junction 5A for access to the SRN is going to have a beneficial impact on access at Junction 7 at Brenley Corner to the same motorway network, and also through Junction 39 at Faversham. So that's a really important caveat because it's just really highlighting the robustness of what we put in, what I've put into the rebuttal. So it's built on all of this without prejudice to the reference case and robustness. Despite that, what I draw a conclusion from is that impact is still not severe. Now I think this is possibly a difference of position between Mr. Weaver. Mr. Weaver suggested he thought the delays being incurred in that scenario did constitute severe.
Yeah,
I think he said in evidence in chief.
He did, and in the end, it's one of those. I mean, it's going to be
Judgment points.
A judgment call. See, he describes, doesn't he, in his evidence, the sort of delays that he's talking about that are they're in the minutes, aren't they? As in, by that I mean in the several minutes, kind of.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yes. So, and that's and based on the information that's in my rebuttal, all of the caveats noted, that is what it says. But I've in the rebuttal, I did draw attention to some recent evidence or some appeal decision, for where severity has been contextualised, and it's a very recent one, the Possingham Farm decision in Kent, that you can refer to, which is in my appendix JWR8. So the same.
What's the point that you would sort of seek to draw from the appeal decisions?
It gives an idea of what constitutes, what can be reasonably constituted to be considered a severe delay in NPPF terms when looking at additional time delay incurred by development.
What do you draw from it in terms of, if you're talking about a journey through this junction on the M2 and you're adding a few minutes to the drive?
I would concur with the inspector's conclusion on that one, that I think in that case a 3-minute delay per driver, per vehicle on an approach, doesn't constitute a severe impact. And the modelling in this case, again, despite all the robustness and caveats aside, that overstate it, fall within that criteria. And therefore, ultimate the conclusion is here that even in all that context, so all else being equal, it would not be considered a severe impact.
And scrolling back, so all of this is your without prejudice case, adopting Mr. Weaver's assumptions, but on your primary case, on the TA, which compares with and without development to reference case in all the ways that we went over.
And critically accounts for the beneficial impact of a new motorway junction at Junction 5A.
Accounts for actually assumes the link road, assumes new Junction 5A and models all of that.
Yeah, and I think just to expand briefly on that point,
go
I think I'm very familiar with the local area, and I think anyone who's been into this inquiry has a number of times I've found myself needing to travel east to go to family. If you're in Sittingbourne, you go that way, you will quite often be taken down the A2, and if you're going onto the Thanet Way, you'll join it at Junction 7. That's the route you would take. I know this is anecdotal evidence and it's always dangerous, but if you had a Junction 5A and it's Southern Relief Road, it's not hard to imagine, I don't think, even without with modelling evidence, that would have a significant beneficial impact on people being able to join the SRN earlier.
So that was what I was going to ask you, really. These junctions that Mr. Weaver raises, you've set out your alternative case, if you're without prejudice case, but actually on your primary case, with the
infrastructure.
link road, the infrastructure in place, with the Junction 5A in place, what does the TA show in respect of these junctions?
Well, I think Mr. Weaver touched on it in his own evidence, and he's used it as a basis for his scepticism, I guess, which we would disagree on. But his position was he saw that there was a notable reduction in traffic flows on this corridor and at Junction 7 particularly on the approach from Faversham, forecast within the transport assessment. And I think he referred to it as being the start of his concern.
He thought it doesn't look right.
He doesn't consider it to be correct in that respect. Whereas obviously I would say that for all of the reasons that have been outlined, particularly with respect to the reassignment benefits of the infrastructure, that it does follow logically. And obviously what the transport assessment does is look at the net implications of those combined with the impact of the development.
With and without development against reference case, as discussed yesterday.
Exactly, yeah.
All righty. I think, is that it on the junctions from Mr. Weaver?
Yes, I think so.
And I think, is there anything else on your list before we wrap up with the NPPF?
No, I think there were one or two bits that we, with the best will in the world, I think maybe there was a few points from other parties, but I suspect they're points that will be picked up in cross-examination.
In that case, I will ask you to just summarise then, with reference to the NPPF,
Yep.
the key paragraphs in Chapter 9 of the NPPF. You've alluded to several of them already, with, I suppose, a particular... Well, I mean, where do you start? 109, I suppose.
Yep.
109, 110. Particular eye on 116, but I'll let you work through those paragraphs and give the inspector your headlines as to how the overall package of what you've been describing for the last 2 and a bit days sits within them.
Yeah, so, well, starting with 109. I think 109 is quite important, actually, although maybe the bar for 116 is the sort of maybe seen as the ultimate determining factor of refusal on transport grounds. 109 is really important because it reflects particularly how the development has come forward, being led by a vision, and how it's responded both in the, not just in the assessment, but in terms of the placemaking and the development's response to the need to follow a vision, and that all follows through to the ability or otherwise to satisfy the 116 test. So I think I covered this off in page, just for your reference, so you can get to it easily. I believe it's in my main evidence, which is CD 37.7.2. I can't believe 3 days in I still can't remember that reference number immediately. 37.7.2 and page 59. Page 59. Hopefully I've got that reference correct. Yeah, section 5.2. So in that, and I won't go through all of it, but I've dealt with this in evidence, as I just suggested there, that 109 is focused on this well-designed, sustainable places. So I've set out, going on to the following page, a quote from para 109, and then have gone through the various component parts of it in the preceding subsections to explain how, and I'll summarise very quickly how the development has come forward, giving with engagement for the community engagement for the transport considerations. It's particularly when it comes to local stakeholders, employment groups as well, and the value associated with the infrastructure. How under section B is integrating movement solutions into the high quality places, and I just refer back to my discussion again, the iterative master planning process and the response to, again, comments from the design panel and various other points about how this has evolved with movement solutions, sustainable movement solutions at the forefront. Part C looks at the potential impact, and I cover off how that has been assessed, and that's sort of a nod in some respects to 116. Part D, this is where things for innovation come in, which I know is often sort of challenging to think about, but it is there in the NPPF. It does seek you to be innovative in the way that you bring forward transport solutions and respond to technology. And then in Part E, it talks about the promoting of walking, cycling and public transport. And then finally, it's this avoiding mitigating environmental impact in Part F, which is in part dealt with in the TA and in part dealt with in the environmental statement. So ultimately, that section is intended to demonstrate how the scheme has come forward in a way that's completely consistent with NPPF, Para 109, all components. So probably worth jumping on to Para 115. I noticed that, that's also cited by the Secretary of State, I believe, as obviously a consideration as well, so it merits consideration. I picked that up on page 62 of my evidence, section 5.3. In this particular example, in this particular case, there is, within Para 115, we do start to get down into some of the more detail here that will take time through the planning process to fully realise. So we are at an outline stage, and the need for safe and suitable access can be demonstrated to the extent that is possible within an outline application, but clearly that needs to be something that's continued to be tested through the reserve matters and other planning stages. But I set out how there has been prioritisation of sustainable transport modes, dealing with Part A, how safe and suitable access has been considered appropriate for the outline stage. I touched on in evidence in chief, with respect to Part C, how, and with reference to the design access statement, how it is responding to things such as the National Design Code Guide with respect to walkable neighbourhoods, and how that has an influence on the planning with the villages. And then finally, we see the vision-led approach in Part D coming in, which I deal with in my evidence as well. Again, to conclude that the scheme as proposed is consistent with Para 115 of the NPPF. And then finally, we're on to Para 116.
Yes.
I suggest. Well, I say finally, we might just pick on one other. But and essentially that looks at, I think you referred to it as the bar, the test. As we know, that refers to whether there's an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a residual cumulative impact on the road network would be severe, taking account of all reasonable future scenarios. Conclusion I reach from that in my evidence under page 72, 6.1 is that, in section 6.1 of page 72, I do spend some time in evidence explaining how that has changed. And I know we touched in this on day one of evidence, but there was some discussion on my interpretation of why the revision in December is different, why that's relevant to us and how it applies, and then conclude latterly on page 89 that it's consistent with the NPPF in that as written and as would have been in the past. I just, with respect to these three, not that it's not the fun, not the main focus of the case, but if we can refer here to the statement of common grounds with KCC and National Highways, which are, I mean, you know where they are, but they're, just get the CD references correct. You're comfortable with, are you?
I'll copy the one.
You got, great, okay.
But
So you've got an updated one. Well, both of those confirm the Highway Authority's position that it's consistent with those three paragraphs of the NPPF as sought by the Secretary of State for confirmation as part of this inquiry process. I would only simply add briefly that I think Para 118 is also relevant, particularly when you look at the cumulative evidence that we've got about this being supported by a vision-led transport assessment, and particularly Para 118 picks up on the fact that we should look at proposals to be assessed and monitored, which links back to this point.
Sorry, I didn't hear
Assessed and monitored.
Oh.
Which links back to this point about the monitor and manage approach to ongoing considerations to the implications of development beyond just the determination at planning.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Just one more thing.
Yeah, nearly there.
Like Columbo used to say, that I just wanted to run past you before
Yep.
I hand you over for cross-examination. And it's something that I probably should have asked you about maybe a day and a half ago or something, but it doesn't matter.
Yep.
I'll ask you now. One of the things that Mr. Weaver says, and it's his presence here that has reminded me to ask you, is actually something that the inspector asked him about when he was on the stand. Have you got his proof? If you could find it.
Yep.
Just let the inspector get it as well. And if you could turn in it to section 4, which is on paginated page 13, PDF 15.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
On that as well. Now, this is one of those that I think we probably have a sense as to what your answer is going to be, but I want to get you sort of on the record anyway. At 4.1.5. If you see 4.1.5, Mr. Weaver says that a strategic need for or benefit of the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road in transport terms has not been demonstrated or quantified. The function of the Southern Relief Road is predominantly to serve the development and the science park, rather than to serve a strategic function, ... or indeed resolving existing transport issues on the existing network.
Mhm.
I know you've covered some of this, but in a nutshell, could you just give us your crystallised response to that proposition?
This does hark back to sort of day one, morning one, I think, about the history of plan making and attempts to deliver sustainable and effective and acceptable development within Swale, and hopefully a useful history of the processes that have been through. That, coupled with the evidence within this application, presents, in my view, a clear and demonstrable need for the proposed infrastructure, and that the infrastructure is, if you arguably, fundamental to delivery of growth within Swale.
That's it, Mr. Wild. Thank you very much indeed.
Did you want to? You didn't want to ask him about? There was a paper put in about the consultation outcome of the proposed reforms to the framework, February 2025, that was actually submitted.
By me, I think. I think that
relation
was.
to, you said you were going to cover it in evidence.
I think I covered it in cross-examination with Mr. Bamber. It's on the vision. It's got.
Oh, I see.
It had that paragraph in it on what the background was to vision-led planning. So I think I don't think there's any more. I think we've covered vision-led to death, but
Yes, no, please no more.
but yes, happy to leave it for now.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Right then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We'll carry, if everyone's happy to carry on. Yes, we'll carry on to 11.
Is that your normal time to take a break, Madam? There was one point I wanted to check with Mr. Weaver, but I can do that when you take it.
Or you can just check quickly now if you want.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. We've got you down as about a couple of hours. Is that about right?
So it's only no longer.
Good. So would you like to just do about half an hour now, and then we'll have our break?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Wild.
Morning.
I'd like to start, if I may, with the reference case, please.
Yep.
And just so I can have it clear what's happened and how you've approached it, could I invite you to please take up the transport assessment, volume 7. So that's 731.7. 731.7. And you with me, Mr. Wild? You
I
there?
am, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And within that, if you could go to page 6 first off, please. Page 6. Oh, sorry, madam. PDF 9,
Yep,
printed
there,
page
there.
6.
Oh, printed page 9.
Printed page 6,
Page 6,
PDF 9.
I'm there, yeah. Yep.
Sorry, madam. Pause.
Long time to open.
Oh.
Found these.
Yeah.
Try again. Try.
page 6, please. Printed 6, PDF 9.
Okay.
Thank you. And you should see on there para 3.1.9.
Yep.
3.1. And here you explain your approach to the reference case, as I understand it for this scheme. And you say, first bullet point, 2038 development reference case.
That's correct.
This scenario is consistent with the 2038 LPR do something model, which includes committed development, draft local plan allocations, and committed transport schemes. Yeah? See that?
Yep.
And then if you scroll down to table 3.1 on page 9, printed 9, we can see more clearly
Yes.
what that means, can't we? So
Yep.
are you with me on 3.1?
Yeah.
The first 4 of those rows... Sorry, madam.
Where are we going?
Table
I see.
3.1, sorry madam, printed page 9.
I'm working electronically,
So we're just looking at 3.1, printed page 9. The first 4 of those rows, so large planning permissions, small planning permissions, bearing fruit with planning permission, bearing fruit without planning permission, those are all either permissions or allocations in an adopted development plan, aren't they?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then if we go down from there to the next row, do you see local plan allocation?
I do, yeah.
That, as I understand it, is allocations in a draft development plan,
That's correct.
which was ultimately not proceeded with. Is that right?
The current status of it, yes, it's gone, yeah. At the moment, it's just sitting, I think it's been pulled back, hasn't it? I'm not quite sure of the status.
That was
of it
my
now.
understanding, Mr.
Yeah,
Wild. Yeah, it was.
It hasn't gone to allocate.
There was consultation.
It's not been adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was consultation,
Yep.
and it got to Reg 19, and then it hasn't been submitted for examination. Is that your understanding? as well?
That's how I understand it. Yes.
So
yeah.
when we see that row, the 6014 figure,
Mm-hmm.
those you've derived that from allocations in a draft development plan document. Yeah.
So we hasn't necessarily derived it. Those are the assumptions that went into the model that we used.
Right.
So it's a model scenario that we adopted, if you will, rather than developed ourselves.
But the point, the source point for them, as you explain here, is LP allocation. But really, it's a draft local plan allocation. It's not an adopted.
Oh yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, yep.
Next row, windfalls 2200. As I understand it, those are an assumed level of growth. They're not existing planning permissions, are they?
Again, that's a tabulation of what was in the model that we adopted.
Yeah.
So yeah, that sounds logical to me. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a.
But compare and contrast, for example, higher up the table, large planning permissions, small planning permissions, bearing fruit with planning permission. Those are known grants of planning permission, aren't they?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
In a known location with no mitigation, such that there is. Would that be fair?
The extent to how they're accounted for within the model is, we didn't make that decision. So what's in there in terms of site location mitigation assumptions was inherited from that model assumption. So I'd be speculating in precisely how that's been interpreted within the model.
But just to test that point, Mr. Wild, make sure I've understood it. If I wanted to have a look at one of the 5506 large planning permissions, such that I was interested, I'd be able to find where those permissions were, wouldn't I, in the borough, and I'd be able to look, so far as I was interested, about the mitigation that might be attached to them.
You'd have to go back to the modelling report for the LPR do something scenario, and the way in which they're coded within the model would be proportionate to that modelling exercise. So in a large number of cases, it would be just some additional housing added to a zone in the model, and that would be the case for most of the examples. In truth, in some cases, it would be it might have a new zone added, for instance, for certain developments. So it will vary. But there will be a difference between what the description of that versus how it's encoded in the modelling as well.
I see.
So, there could be
But just looking at the description of it, if something has a grant of planning permission, there's a matter of public record.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be able to go and look at where it is,
Yep.
won't I? And I'll be able to go and look at that transport mitigation that was associated with that grant of planning permission, if there was. Wouldn't that be fair?
In the, for instance, the conditions or the 106
Yeah, exactly.
transport assessment.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Compare and contrast an assumed level of growth, like a windfall.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that, can I? Because I don't know where those...
No, well,
That'll be
they're
fair,
spread around the districts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wouldn't know what mitigation might well be associated with them if and when they come forward, would I? Because that hasn't yet happened, has it? Wouldn't that be fair?
No, but again, this is primarily a conversation about modelling. So the differences between the way they're accounted for within the modelling, it's very similar in truth. It's for a strategic level modelling. Say, for instance, even for relatively significant size schemes, the extent to which the difference is quite minimal, so you're unlikely to be coding in significant detail mitigation into even moderately sized developments into a strategic model. So it'd be largely about housing allocation, if you want, or the housing, the block of dwellings or employment jobs that are lumped into the model. That's the main. So in that respect, there isn't a particularly significant difference between the planning permissions and the windfalls in the way that they're reflected in that context.
No.
Within strategic modelling, and that's the purpose of this exercise.
And just carrying on the table to finish it off, quite a small contribution here, but nevertheless, just for completeness, Faversham, NP and Park homes, again, those aren't planning permissions, that's an assumed level of growth, is that right? 445?
Yes, I'm pretty certain that will be the case because they sit in the do something scenario, yeah.
Okay. And with, thank you very much for that. So with that in mind, could you take up, please, core document 24.16, which should be the PPG on transport.
Yeah, I've got that.
All there. And then, unhelpfully, it's all in one document. So if you could, within that, go to paragraph 14.014, which is the one headed, how should the need for and scope for a transport assessment or statement be established?
Bear with me 2 seconds.
Might be easier to... It's come up as a web link on mine, madam.
Yeah, it
Sorry.
has, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, paragraph 014.
Oh, the link I've got doesn't have any paragraph numbering on it, sorry.
Oh, they should do, at the bottom of the text under each
Did you
bit.
say it's 24.16? PPG?
Yep, 24.16, travel plans, transport assessments.
Ah, yes, sorry, I see. They're not bold, are they, the paras?
No.
They've got, yes.
Not an easy document to navigate.
Yes.
That's it. That's precisely it. Are you with me, Mr. Wilde?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think needs and scope, yes, this is... says at the time it says para 09 ID and then revision date 0603 2014. Is that we're looking at the same thing? And then under that it says,
0603 2014. Yeah.
and then under that in bold, how should the need for? Yep.
Yep. Exactly.
Good. Okay,
How
yep.
should the need and scope
Yep.
for a transport assessment or statement be established? And then, do you see the third substantive paragraph? It is important to give. Do you see that?
I think unfortunately the link that I've got is taking me to the differences, not the main document.
That's
I don't know
unfortunate.
why. Yeah, I don't seem to be getting to the same.
Have you got? Sorry, madam.
I was just wondering if you're on the right CD number.
If you just go through the CD hyperlink, it does take
Yeah.
you hopefully to the
24
right.
point.
Turn your
Yeah. It's taking me to this one.
Yeah, that's right. So if you go down near the bottom.
I don't see any para references there at all.
Um,
Apologies. Could I look at what you've got on your
yeah, cool.
screen?
Excuse us. So if you look, hold on.
Yes, it's the same. Yeah, looking at the same one.
So
Just doesn't
yeah,
seem to be para
right.
numbered, that's all.
Yeah, well, the para number is. Hang on a minute. down there, look.
Yes.
That's the 0142014.
Yep, got that now.
Got that.
Yeah. So is it under the bit what information should be included, or the bit prior to
Established.
that?
Right, sorry, I suppose. Yeah.
Yep.
We're all on the same page.
I think we are. Sorry,
Yes,
I was
good.
looking for paragraph numbers that were clearly down the side.
Would that it were that easy. So that's the para number, and then if we see there's 3 blocks,
Yep.
and it's the block that starts, it is important to give.
Yes, got you.
with it?
Got it.
Lovely.
I'm with you
Right.
now. Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
just look at that together. So it says,
Yeah.
it is important to give consideration to the cumulative impacts arising from other committed development, i.e. development that is consented or allocated, where there's a reasonable degree of certainty it will proceed within the next 3 years. Now,
Yep.
it would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that your reference case does go beyond that, doesn't it? In that it includes things that aren't committed or allocated.
The reference case includes things that. Yeah, it does. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
thank
correct.
you.
Yep.
And
Sorry, but you missed an important word there. It says it's important to give appropriate consideration to.
Sorry, madam, when I read that out, I missed that out unintentionally.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it goes beyond in terms of the assumptions there aren't restricted to consented and allocated. But it's worth noting, I think that is referring there to the cumulative implications.
Yeah.
So it should be the cumulative implications being, if you want, we talked about that absolute case in that what is the total traffic. If you were looking at the total traffic volumes on a link, for instance, rather than a comparative test of the change of development, it's important to ensure that includes consented and, or in that case, allocated development in that baseline, so that you don't, for instance, suggest that the forecast traffic flows on a link are going to be, just to use numbers up here, 1,000. But if you would include it, but you've ignored consented and allocated sites in that. So the cumulative nature of it is, if I would say, is the development scenario. The development scenario has to ensure that you don't, for instance, remove consented developments from your forecast, or remove, in this case, allocated development from that forecast, because that would mean that your total forecast traffic in the development scenario lacked consideration to things that are known to definitely come forward in that location.
Yes. But it would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that your baseline, your reference case, does include an allowance for things which are not committed development. That's correct, isn't it?
It does, but again, that cumulative impact point is primarily related to the development scenario, if you will. That's not the reference case.
No, but we have to put the two together, don't we? We look at the reference case, then we look at the with development scenario, and then we compare. And this is an important part of the transport assessment process.
It does, but as I said I think in evidence chief and in written, the cumulative impacts, also the cumulative implications.
Yeah.
That is an overall term. And it's saying when you're considering the cumulative impact of the development, don't forget that there are schemes that have been consented and allocated that need to be considered within that appraisal. And the assessment that we've done doesn't do it. If it does that, it gives appropriate consideration to the cumulative impact of those by ensuring that they are retained within the development scenario. So when looking at that, particularly in terms of things like environmental assessment terms, which is really where a lot of this comes from, it's important that your total traffic forecast doesn't ignore things that have near certainty in them. I come back to that point, like taking out consents. So,
can I just ask you, Mr. Wild, about the other proposition that flows from that, which is that you've not, as far as I can see, and this is your opportunity to tell me I've missed it, you've not presented an assessment against simply the committed development, have you?
No. Well, actually, just to clarify, in the context of, we were just talking a moment ago with respect to Junctions.
Yes, you've done your job. Sorry,
sorry. Just on those specific areas, we've adopted that approach, as I only just moments ago discussed. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. I didn't wish to
overlook
that, but putting those particular junctions to one side, which you present in your rebuttal.
Yep.
Your assessment doesn't do an assessment simply against the committed development, does it? That would be fair.
In the relative test, no.
And insofar as the inspector wanted, therefore, to see that assessment, she doesn't have that material before her in this inquiry, does she, to perform that analysis if she felt that was necessary?
Well, obviously, the applicant's position and my position is that the correct test is to compare the implications or the impact of the development between two reasonable forecasts of the future.
Yeah.
One which has the development in place, and one where the development doesn't come forward, and that alternative future, if you will, that reasonable alternative future is one where growth does take place in another manner, which, and as we touched on, needs some degree of planning judgment and consideration as to what is the appropriate indication of that future. Yes. But in relation to the paragraph you've presented, again, I come back to the point that at all times we must not lose sight of the fact that it's appropriate to ensure that committed and consented developments are retained within that assessment, which they are. They are in there within all of the work that's been done.
Could I just press you for an answer to the question? Can I just repeat it? Which was, if the inspector wanted to perform an analysis or see the assessment of the proposed development against consented and allocated schemes, she hasn't got the material in this inquiry to do that, has she?
Well, I think I've explained in Evidence in Chief that if you wanted to compare the future with the development to a situation where nothing else happens in Swale beyond existing specific consents, then that is not the test that's put forward in the transport assessment. No. And I think that would be made that clear in the evidence.
and there isn't, just checking I've not missed it, there isn't that material somewhere else in the evidence that the inspector can look at insofar as she felt it was necessary to perform that assessment, is there?
With the exception of the
junctions.
This is only one of the tools that are used to assess.
Yeah.
So clearly, not just in respect to the Faversham junctions in Buttle, but also in a number of locations, the conclusions on the acceptability and the severity of the development is based on a whole range of information. The relative test is only one component of that across the board. There are a whole number of other ways in which you do it, but on that specific point, we've made that clear. I've made that clear in evidence that's the case.
Thank you. And it's not your case, is it, that it's not possible to perform that analysis? It's not possible to model in that way. You're not advancing a case that it wouldn't be.
Well, I mean, in
technically possible.
In technically and engineering terms, everything's possible. Whether it's reasonable is a different question.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you done that modelling yourself? You haven't done it at all?
No.
Okay, thank you. Slightly related point now. Could you take up 31.13, please? 31.13.
31.13. Just in answer to that previous question, just to clarify, when I say I haven't done it, we haven't done the relative test for the combined development. Obviously, just to clarify, there is a reference case for the northern scheme.
Yes, well, I was going to come on to that.
So just to clarify that point, in terms of is applying it to a comparison.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that reference case?
So we're moving on now to 31.13, please. 31.13.
31.13. Yep.
And that should bring up Schedule 4 of the EIA regulations.
Yep.
And, sorry, madam.
Is there a para reference?
Yeah, these are paragraph numbers.
Yeah, much helpful.
So we're looking at 5 when you're there. Sorry, madam, are you with me? Yeah. Paragraph 5, a description of the likely significant effects of the development on the environment resulting from, and then there's a list of A to G. Can I draw your attention to E?
Yep.
The culmination of effects with other existing and or approved projects, taking into account any existing environmental problems relating to areas of particular environmental importance likely to be affected, or the use of natural resources. Now, your transport assessment, as I understand it, forms the basis of the environmental statement that's been undertaken here for the southern site. Is that right?
For the transport chapter?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And the approach that you and I have just been discussing to the reference case, that's the same in the environmental statement transport chapter, isn't it?
It is wherever a relative comparison is necessary. So within any transport chapter, again, it comes back to the point that some areas it's an absolute appraisal. So it's not a relative appraisal in other. So there are some sensitive receptors which are dealt with just simply by the quantum of traffic forecast
Right.
with development scenario. So it does vary, but yes, you're right.
But, just on this point,
That's
make
correct,
sure I've
yeah.
not misunderstood it.
No,
the,
that's
the,
correct.
the environmental statement,
Yep.
insofar as you fed into it in
Yep.
the transport thematic chapter, that does the same as the transport assessment in
Yep.
that it takes the reference case as committed and consented plus an assumed level of growth, doesn't it?
For the reference case.
Yes.
Yes, and slightly unlike the transport assessment, it introduces the base as well. So in the transport assessment, the base situation is largely there for the purposes of validation of the modelling. So the comparison between the forecast and the base in transport terms doesn't really carry much value. But that's not entirely the case with environmental assessment terms. The base has some value for consideration.
When you're saying the base, just make sure I understand what you
So
mean.
2017 in this case, base model.
Oh, I
so
see.
that's introduced and reported in the environmental. Just to clarify, there's sort of 3 scenarios reported on that.
But in the ES, you've not undertaken a different general approach to the one you presented in your transport assessment.
Not for those 2 scenarios. No.
Thank
it's
you.
the same reference case. Yeah, it's correct.
And therefore the same issue arises insofar as the inspector wanted to see the assessment against existing and or approved projects. That's not before the inquiry, is it?
Well, to a certain extent, you can with respect to that base point. It doesn't have the committed schemes in there,
No.
but it does afford an additional area of appraisal that's available.
But that's on a 2017 base.
Yes, it is.
And
yeah,
we're
because
looking
that
at
was the base.
2038 base, aren't we here?
No. Sorry, base as in the validated base model, as
Yes.
in the conditions as akin to existing as we could get with the modelling information that we had at the time. Yeah. So there is some additional information relative to the transport assessment, is what I'm trying to say in that context.
But just making sure, to be fair to you, Mr. Wilde, I've not misunderstood it, that there isn't an analysis against simply existing and or committed schemes, is there?
Assessment against no.
No. Thank you. Thanks very much. And you mentioned the northern site and your approach to transport assessment there. We can see that in your rebuttal if we need to go there, but in essence you've taken a different approach there, haven't you? You have looked at existing or committed as your reference case, haven't you?
Well, initially not. So the initial submission, both applications are based on the same appraisal.
Yes.
But when the decision was taken to, I think of the correct planning terms, but to reconfigure the application such that the north could be independently determined, and because the original submission, there were two separate applications. If I understand correctly, for non. The best way of describing it. That it was done for bureaucracy, maybe for reasons, as opposed to so the 2 applications were mutually dependent on each other, but a decision was taken to consider the implications of the north independently. So to support that, the transport assessment was updated with, in effect, taking a sensitivity test approach, if you will. That's what you would refer to. The northern application said, okay, everything we've said about the cumulative remains, but let's complement that cumulative evidence base with a what if the north is on its own with just the northern relief road. So that's what came forward with the updated assessment, and that's I think what you're referring to now.
Yeah, so should we take up your table in your rebuttal, because that explains neatly the approach you've taken. So your rebuttal proof, page 14. And that should be a table summary of modelling scenarios.
Yep, that's correct,
And if we look at 3 and 4, that's the southern site.
That's correct.
And if we look at the headings of the columns, the 4th one along, additional housing growth over adopted local plan consents.
That's correct, yeah.
And we can see in 3 and 4 that you have, as you've helpfully explained, assumed a level of growth over that.
Yeah.
And then if we go to 5 and 6, that's the northern site, is that right?
That's correct.
And we can see that you haven't taken that approach there.
That's correct, yep.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful.
Yep.
And so there isn't a presentation in this table of the northern site approach for the southern site, is there? We don't have a scenario 3A and 4A. that deal with the northern methodology.
I think that's the same question you asked earlier, wasn't it? Yeah.
But just making sure I have not misread
No,
this
no,
table.
that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, you've not done that. No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam. That's just past 11, and that would be a convenient point before we move on to another topic.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So 11, so we'll have our 20-minute break, which means we'll come back at 11. Thank you.
Did you say 20 past?
20
past.
25.
25 past.
Yeah. 25 past. Time for the inquiry to resume.
Just to update you, we are awaiting, apparently in the next half hour, Mr. Gearing has arranged some sort of piece of kit that is going to be brought up to this room that apparently is 4 foot high and quite wide, and so we'll see. And also we've had confirmation, for what it's worth, Mr. Young's not here to have his moment of triumph. The windows can apparently be left open overnight, for whatever difference that may. The chief exec or someone has confirmed that, and programme officer knows. So happy days.
All right.
So we'll see how we go.
So we better keep the windows closed then for the moment, I think, have we?
Not sure.
I think we just try and carry on as we are, if everyone's all right. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Sparrows.
Thank you, madam. Hello again, Mr. Wild.
Sorry about that.
I just wanted to move now to look at development assumptions.
Yep, sure.
And for that, if we could look at the transport assessment again, volume 7, so 731.7. If you've got that to hand.
Are we finished with the EIA regs?
Yes,
Yeah.
so you can please put those away.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And there we
You're
page
with
reference?
me. Yeah, so page 13, printed page 13.
Yep, there.
And the first heading on that page, development assumptions. And just wanted to have a look at this together. So,
Yeah, sure.
357, paragraph 357, you explain, or the authors explain, that the LPR allocations for housing account for 6014 units, which are included in the 2038 LPR Do Something models. For the purposes of the 2038 with development model, the trips associated with the LPR allocations have been removed from the relevant zones in the model and replaced with the Highsted Park development trips, which have been added into the appropriate new zones. So you've taken out what the draft local plan thought would come forward for modelling purposes, and you've plugged in the Highsted Park growth figures.
Only that part of it that's referred to there.
Yes.
So
yes.
the 60.
Yes, the 6014.
Yeah.
You've taken that out of the model that underpinned the Reg 19 plan, and you've slotted in the Highsted Park.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is on the premise, as I understand it, that some of those 6014, if not all of them, will have come forward anyway.
Yeah. So yes. So the Highsted Park is replacing them in the forecast scenario.
Yes.
Yeah. That's correct.
And I just want to explore with you, Mr. Wild, how robust that assumption is.
Mm-hmm. So
for this purpose, could you take up, please, the Statement of Common Ground with National Highways? Several. So it's the 3418 one, 3418, which is the 20th of May.
So the second.
It is,
one,
yes, it is.
I'm there, yeah.
And when you're there, sorry, madam, if you've got that. If we go just to the last page for ease, page 12, final page, there's a schematic.
Oh, we looked at this yesterday, yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, yeah, sorry. Figure 3.
Yeah, well,
yes.
Happy memories for you then.
Yeah.
So, figure 3, last page. This is dealing with the forecast period for consenting. Have I got that right?
Sorry, this is the PCF process, isn't it? I'm looking at the right one?
So summary of the PCF process followed by National Highways? Yeah,
that's right, yeah.
So I can see the options phase, development phase.
Options phase, development.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're looking, so if I add all of those up, divide by 12, I'm looking at around 6 odd years.
Oh, sorry, I see what you're doing. You're going along the bottom, the blue line, the blue boxes.
Each of those phases has a month, a time period associated with it, you see.
Okay, yeah, I can see that, yeah.
And presumably the appellant, or you agree with this, because this is a document
No,
signed.
this is just an extract from the PCF process that National Highways would adopt for infrastructure delivery.
Yeah.
So publicly funded for infrastructure delivery. It's used here as an indication of the process that would be adopted, say, for instance, for a new piece of highway infrastructure that National Highways were delivering through the RIS programme, for example. So this isn't bespoke to this statement of common ground or anything. This is presented as a almost taken from the default PCF process.
I see. Is there a bespoke one for the infrastructure works required here that I should be looking at, or is this the best we've got?
No, because part of this document talks about how there is a process to be undertaken.
Yes.
I think it refers to it as a gap analysis that we touched on yesterday, and also to develop where to actually develop a process to follow that sits within that's referred to as the second consenting process of the Highways Act,
Yes.
where parts of this would be appropriate for this scheme going forward,
Yes.
and what wouldn't be appropriate, and what that we already have ticks the boxes of those elements that would be appropriate. So this is, if you want, what's done for other schemes, and then you may just pick bits from this and go, well, that is in that coordination with National Highways. That bit we think is important. We should follow that.
Yes.
But it's already been done in the outline planning application. So it's a menu to be picked from, and only a part of it will actually end up being needed, and some of it to a substantial level will have already been completed.
But as I understand it, some of the works will be required to come through this process.
No.
Everything.
So, as this document says earlier on, I'd have to refer you to it. What it's saying is that, and there is let's take you to it, where what National Highways are saying is that they are. Let me find the page reference for you. Apologies, it's not something I can draw to immediate. Let me just do a quick search. So I think it's para 11 onwards. It says, it is agreed that the PCF applied by NH is not a prescribed approach, and NH is prepared to agree an alternative approach in light of the scheme being promoted by a third party. And then bullet or numeral 2, the first stage will be to agree the scope of the works required to prepare the application in light of the significant work already carried out, including material produced by the applicants. So my understanding of that is that this is saying the PCF process is what they would normally do for public funding, and for where we were at ground zero. And what it's saying is National Highways want to look to that because it has, PCF process includes what National Highways refer to as products within it. So products are particular documents that have varying degrees of applicability to this scheme. Obvious one might be, as an example, like economic, that might be inapplicable, or unapplicable, sorry, get my language correct, might be an economic case. So do you need to justify public spending on this project? Do you need to fulfil those requirements of an economic business case to show that an appropriate benefit cost ratio is achieved before progressing? That's quite an exhaustive exercise. I think, if I remember correctly, that was a significant part of the 1.5 billion that was spent on the LTC business case, was doing a lot of that work. So there are significant chunks of this that aren't appropriate to this process, and that's what the statement of common ground is saying, that we need to get to the point of working out where we are. But it will be, I'd say, a menu with only certain points selected from it, not new things added in.
But if we take up para 5,
we
get a bit of help, don't we? Same document,
Yep.
Para 5. Is the key points to note are there is a requirement for a scheme under Section 16 to be confirmed by the Minister.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, and so there are elements of the highway infrastructure works, the southern site, that will require ministerial consent, won't they?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think that's a fundamental part of Section 16, special roads requiring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And they have a process to follow. Obviously, you have to submit for permission. There's an interrogation of that, and then a consent.
Well, I think as that is the document I referred to, is that it's not a prescribed process, the PCF. It's one that National Highways, as a company, they're a company, but a non-profit company, as a part of the Department for Transport, that have adopted in agreement for when funding is being taken from the public purse to develop schemes. So, yes, there is a process, but the precise nature of that process is to be determined.
Yeah. do I see a timeline other than the one that we see at the end of this document? I accept what you're saying, which is that this is indicative and it may not be the one that's taken here. But is there a better place, a better reference point for me to understand how long it will take in the consenting process?
I think, as is implicit in the statement of common ground,
Yes.
that work is to be done. So,
Yes.
so I can't point you to that.
No, I see, yeah. So it would be fair to say, though, wouldn't it, that we are looking at a period of around 5 or 6 years for the consenting process to take place?
No, I don't see how that you could reach that conclusion.
Well, if I go to what I've got, which is at the end of page 12, which I appreciate you're telling me is potentially
Yeah.
a menu, may not all come forward, but we've got nowhere else I should be looking.
No.
If I follow that process, it's going to be around 6 years or so, isn't it? Before delivery.
Maybe you didn't benefit from it. This was raised in evidence in chief yesterday,
Right, yeah,
about roughly where we are in that process. If I were to estimate, and my suggestion was that we were emerging into stage 3 of that process. If we were to take that on its face value, because of the work that's already been undertaken in the application,
I see.
with the work
That's very
not
helpful.
necessary.
Thank you.
So I think your total comes from an accumulate. It
Yeah.
works on the assumption of a ground zero point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
coming in
you've helped me there.
Yeah.
You've helped me. So if I take it from stage 3, we've got about 3.5 years to go before we get to the end of construction preparation. Is that right?
I mean, again, there are a whole number of other things included in there that might not need to happen. I mean, I touched on economics, so the second list on item 3 is future year economics revisited and revised. So that's a fairly exhaustive exercise that needs to be undertaken to make an economic business case, for instance. Below that is finalisation of the environmental statement. So it may well be reasonably concluded through the gap analysis that the environmental assessment requirements have been fulfilled by the outline planning application. So you're already cutting down some points straight away there.
Can I just ask you on that,
Yep.
Mr. I don't want
No, yeah, sure.
to close you down and saying something else,
No.
Please come back if you want to. But just on that point, I take your point about
Yep.
that may well be the conclusion. But does the inspector have any evidence that is the conclusion, that it's been accepted, that the material that's informing these outline permissions, if you like, can tick off some of this consenting process?
Only what you see within the statement of common ground, where
Yes.
National Highways have been satisfied to get to the point that they feel we can move on with this application should the Secretary of State choose to do so, and that they are acknowledging themselves that there is information within this application that can assist us in moving forward. Exactly where that is and exactly what can. I mean, the statement of common ground invites the gap analysis process, so clearly I can't say to you that it's completed and it's there. But I'm highlighting you to the point that there are, even in that green section 3 to 5, a number of areas that simply won't be needed. So right at the back end, we've got full business case being included. We've got public inquiry if required, for instance.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're here now doing this. There's a question to be made whether that's ever going to be required again,
Yeah.
with the level of confidence that can be taken from that. So,
But sitting here today, we can't really say one way or the other, can we?
no, we can't. But you can draw some reasonable conclusions
Yeah.
that to take the accumulation of those numbers would be flawed, I suspect.
Okay.
But it's going to be less than.
Yeah.
How far less than is harder.
I was going to say, you anticipated my next question. So,
Yeah.
so you're not putting forward
Yep.
an alternative case around delivery on that, are you? You're just telling the inspector, quite properly, that she should treat these figures with a bit of caution because there may be overlap between the material that's been done in this Section 78 process, this planning application process, and the other process.
Considerable caution, I would say, rather than slight
Sure.
caution.
But
Yeah,
you're-
just for the examples I've
Yeah.
given, I mean, I've listed maybe 4 of the points out of 8 that
Yeah.
you can say with reasonable confidence aren't going to be needed.
Yeah. But you're not telling me, no, you've got that wrong, it should be X number of months instead of Y. You're just saying we should treat these figures with
Well,
some caution.
I am saying you've got it wrong that it's not going to be 6 years, and
Okay.
I am saying that it's not going to be, I don't think in my view, based on the information of what I understand, even the condensed period beyond stage 3. So what you're asking me is, can I give you a precise number?
Yeah.
No.
No. Or even a range.
Well, it depends if you mean a range is
Could be less than 6. Yeah.
No, well, no, I would say it's less than the 3.5 or 3 that we've got here, and it's clearly going to be more than 0. So, yeah, we're in there's a range for you already. So we're a range that's less than the 6 years that you proposed in the first question.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I am giving you a range that's less than 6 years.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
That's helpful. So that gets us to the end of the construction preparation process.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then obviously it's got to be constructed.
Yep.
And the houses can't be certainly occupied before it's been constructed and open to traffic. Is that right?
That's my understanding of,
Yeah.
the current position.
There's a gramping condition
Yeah.
that's proposed, I
Yeah.
understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see. So we've got another time scale to build in on top, which is the construction period. Are you advancing a case as to how long that's going to take?
No, I've not. It's not something I've given evidence on.
No, okay, but drawing on your experience, it's going to be more than months. It's going to be years, isn't it?
I haven't. I don't have it. I've not put evidence forward to that point. So,
Okay.
so I'm not going to stand here and say to you that a time estimate on that point.
Okay. And then obviously, there's a period of time to construct, build, and occupy the houses, which follow from that.
All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, I think I have to remember I can't recall immediately if the opening of the traffic is a pre-occupation or pre-commencement condition off the top of my head. Pre-occupation, is it? Yeah. So obviously there's an overlap for that.
Yeah,
but that's
yeah,
just.
yeah.
I'm not offering up an application
Got
for
it.
that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And the purpose of asking you these questions is if we just, with that in mind, go back to where we're looking in the transport assessment
Yep.
about the assumption that's taken place here.
Yep.
About the 6014 units. It's fair to say, isn't it, that some, if not all of those units will have come forward by the time Highsted Park has an occupied dwelling.
Could you ask that again? Sorry,
Of
to
course.
understand. Yeah.
It's a fair assumption, isn't it, that some of those 6014 units would have already come forward by the time Highsted Park has a single dwelling that's open.
Yes. So whether it's I just to clarify.
Okay.
Some other development will have come forward
Yeah.
before, whether it's part of. I'm only just drawing differentiation here between
Yeah.
that 6014.
Yeah.
Obviously, what we've done is left in something in the region of 4,000 units worth of growth in
Yeah.
our forecast. Technically, it's not part of that 6,000. It's part of the 4,000 we've left in. I know that sounds pedantic, but I just want to be clear with my answer to you. We've taken out that 6,000, but we've left into our development scenario with Highsted 4,000 or so.
Yeah.
I'll come to the precise number if you want, but it's in that order of magnitude.
Yeah.
Other dwellings. So if other dwellings were coming forward, it would be from that group. I'm being very pedantic here.
No, it's important to get this straight.
Yeah,
So
yes,
are you suggesting that the growth that's taking place whilst Highsted is all in preparation is consumed within the 4,000, or are you acknowledging that there's growth that's going to come forward over and above that in the meantime, isn't there?
Wouldn't have to differentiate that. I mean, the modelling is looking at a horizon year that has Highsted plus 4,000 units worth of growth. The model, it doesn't look at the delivery of those 4,000, but they could well be ones that come forward earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the timing isn't baked into the model, if you know what I mean,
No.
in terms of it looks at a complete cumulative situation.
Yeah. But do you see there is a scenario in which your assumption about the 6014 being replaced by Highsted doesn't work because Highsted takes a period of time that then means you can't replace the 6014. Do you see?
No, because I think that's where the other 4,000 comes from.
So you are saying that the 4,000
could be delivered earlier.
Yeah, and that nothing over and above that's going to come forward in the meantime.
Oh well, that is the planning assumption, the planning judgment that's been made in the scenario.
Yes.
That is the cap point. Yes, if you want that, there's 4,000 units worth of potential. That is the basis for the planning judgment that's been made to inform the scenario that's been tested. Yeah.
I see.
But I differentiate that from the 6,100, 6,014 because that's the bit that's been taken out.
Yeah. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that that 4,000 cap, as you've helpfully clarified or characterised it, it may well be higher than that, mightn't it? There may well be more development coming forward than 4,000 because Highsted may take longer to deliver than predicted.
We are straying slightly out of transport and into what's the reasonable forecast of, because what might happen in the future. Your scenarios that have been tested, as we discussed in Evidence Chief, are based on a judgment as to what is likely to happen without Highsted and what's likely to happen with Highsted.
Yes.
And I've explained what that is. The assumptions are based on 4,000 plus the development, the development scenario.
No, I understand that entirely, but I'm just testing
Yeah.
the robustness of that assumption.
Okay. Yeah.
And it would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that there are scenarios in which that 4,000 cap assumption doesn't work because more houses come forward than you've planned for.
I mean, every
must
scenario is
follow.
possible, isn't it?
Yeah.
In truth, I'm
Well, it's a realistic possibility, isn't it? Because we're dealing here with large infrastructure. Yeah.
so.
Well,
when
can
do you
just
think that the time?
focus on the question as well? So
Yeah.
we are dealing here with quite large infrastructure
Yeah.
delivery, and some of that is outside the hands of the applicant, isn't it? There are third parties involved.
This
There's
is
a
the
consenting
infrastructure.
process. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, that obviously bears on the houses being occupied because there's a gramping condition, isn't
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're dealing with not a small development by any
Yeah,
manner
no,
of
absolutely.
means.
Yeah, yeah. So it's going to take time to get going.
Exactly, and therefore timescales when you're dealing with
Yep.
a development of that scale
Yep.
can change and vary, can't they?
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they can. I mean,
Yeah.
can't they? Surely, when you're dealing with such large infrastructure and such
Yeah.
a large scheme. Yeah. So your assumption about 4,000 units coming forward anyway, and that's what's baked into your model.
Yep.
It may well be, in a perfectly realistic scenario, that more than those 4,000 units come forward whilst Highsted's waiting.
I guess I
You see.
just doing and this is not evidence I've put in, and I couch this in very careful terms that I do consider this to be a planning judgment, not a transport point.
Okay.
But I think the delivery rate was something in the region, the local housing need was something in the region of 1,000 units per year. So the 4,000 might be considered to be something in the region of 4 years, but there's other consented schemes that are building out in that as well.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel immediately to me like, as you challenge me, an unreasonable assumption.
No. But can you just focus on the other side of the proposition that it is a perfectly reasonable assumption, isn't it, that it might be more than that come forward? And I don't want you to stray into planning judgments. I just want you to focus as a highways transport planner on that point. You can see the point, can't you?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Obviously, do it with some sort of deference, but we have got witnesses who are going to talk, planning witnesses, a couple of them who will talk about specifically housing build-out rates, both of this scheme and more generally. And it's just, obviously Mr. Wild's talking for himself. He's making clear that what he's doing is taking planning assumptions. He's not a planner, he's not a housing delivery expert or whatever. He's examining scenarios based on the judgments that are presented. So I just make that point.
Yeah, I think I'm just wondering whether you get much further actually, because just because of what you say. So we'll hear from
The couple
planning
is obviously
witnesses.
Mr. Bashforth, but also Ms. Dickinson as well talks about this broad area of housing
And we've
delivery.
got your witness, of course, haven't we? Planning witness.
Now can I take this point, which is squarely within your expertise, which is that the 4,000 unit assumption is the only assumption about delivery you have baked into your model. Is that fair?
Of non-development.
Yes.
Well, also the adopted local plan
Yeah.
as well.
So the 6014. Is that where you're
No.
going from, or you're going
No.
the Bearing Fruits local plan?
Bearing
applications? I see.
Fruits local plan. Yeah, which
Okay.
which includes schemes that aren't subject to planning permission now. So you've got that plus the 4,000.
I see. But just focusing on the non-allocations and non-consents.
Non-allocations and non-consents. Okay.
Yeah. As I understand it, you've assumed 4,000. My question to you is...
Yes.
there's-
Yes. 4,000 above the adopted local plan allocations
Yes.
and/or consents.
Thank you.
Yes.
My question to you is, you've not tested any other scenario where it's higher than that, have you? It's just the 4,000.
Included in the development scenario, yes,
Yes.
that's correct. We have 4,000
you.
plus the local plan, plus other consents, plus
Right.
the development in our scenario. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Then
Yep.
I can
Okay,
whoever,
sure.
put the questions to the planners. But thank you. That's clear.
No problem.
Right. New topic. Junction performance.
Yep.
I wasn't going to have any questions for you about Junction 20,
Okay.
but just some of what you said in chief, I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, sure.
So, probably the best place to do this is your rebuttal, and I think it's your appendix where you took us. I think it's your JWR 9. Let me just see. Yes. So your JWR9, which is page 141 for the link results.
Oh, this is the appendices.
Your
Sorry.
rebuttal appendices. Yes, exactly.
I'm going to close down a few tabs. Bear with me a minute.
Of course.
Got quite
Yeah.
a few
No,
to
take
open.
time.
It's okay to drop the statement of common ground for now. National
Yes.
Highways,
Yeah. I think you can put that to one side for my purposes anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Got that.
So hopefully you should have page 141, the link results.
Yeah.
For Junction 20.
Yeah.
And you talked through with my learned friend the 2-1 junction where we've got the 12.8
Yep.
PCU. Yeah, and then you took us, as I understand it, to the sort of junction geometry and showed
That's
us
right.
how that worked, and that
Yep.
it wouldn't extend beyond the arm, beyond the stop line. But can I just seek to understand this? If you scroll down to page 153,
1.5.
we've got the results for scenario 11. Same place,
Yep.
scenario 11. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So we're looking at the same place, different scenario here.
Yep.
And presumably you would accept this as a reasonable scenario because you put it forward.
It is the more robust. Remains reasonable, but it's the more pessimistic forecast.
This is the more robust one, is it? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
If I look at the same lane, 2/1.
Yep.
We've jumped now to 16.1 PCU,
Mm-hmm.
haven't we? Yeah. It's not right, is it, to say that won't go back beyond the stop line, is it? We can't show that on this, can we?
No, I mean that would extend another 4 PCUs.
Exactly.
So I focused on the 12 to 13 PCUs because fundamentally that as Para 116 says, we consider all of the scenarios when we're making a judgment. It's what Mr. Weaver picked up, and I think in evidence Mr. Weaver suggested that those 13 PCUs would extend back beyond the stop line. So my response was to say that I think that is an appropriate and reasonable assessment. We can rely on it. The main point is to say that the 13 doesn't, or the 12 to 13 doesn't, which is what Mr. Weaver presented. So in the context of those results, that's what I was responding to in evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I think, as you very frankly accepted, the 16 does.
It extends an additional 3 PCUs, so an additional 12 metres ish. Oh, sorry, 16 metres. No, hang on, get my numbers right. Sorry, 18 metres. Just get my simple maths correct.
Yeah.
So it would extend a little bit further, but again, the same point applies as I was saying in chief, that there are some sort of significant mitigating circumstances to that at this junction. So even in the scenario where it extends further back, traffic can still exit to turn left, for instance, and traffic on the circulatory carriageway, because of the lane allocations, can still exit to go ahead as well.
Yeah.
So this isn't because of the way the lanes are set out, this isn't a scenario that gives rise to this gridlock situation, which is where you're blocking substantial volumes of traffic that then loop around the roundabout and cause this continual issue. So in that respect, I think the premise still stays the same, that even under a considerably more pessimistic forecast, with all of the other factors considered in terms of trip generation, for a junction like this in the forecast horizon year to be having this level of impact, even then it's very difficult, I think, to conclude that this constitutes severe, because it can be addressed by on-site signal timing. This is a model of a junction that's not yet built, and the credit to colleagues in the traffic signal engineering teams. When they get on site, they work with the exact situation on the ground. For instance, we're using a typical cycle here, where it's just one cycle, the most robust. On the ground, they will operate very effective signal control timings that avoid exactly these situations and allow those additional queues, those 3 PCUs, to instead occur on one of the approach arms, which doesn't have this gridlock function. So we've really got to take modelling like this. We're talking tiny margins here that really do not manifest themselves on the ground in real terms.
Thank you for clarifying that. So next one, junction 32.
Yep.
And this is really the point about cycle times.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So 120, 90 seconds, those
Yep.
points. And there was just a point you made in chief, Mr. Bob, which I wanted to just pick up with you, because you said, as we can see if we go to page 163 with the link results, this is on the basis of 120 cycle time, isn't it? 120 second cycle
Bear with me
time.
2 seconds. Let me
Of
just
course,
find
no,
it.
no, please have it in front of you if you need it.
3. Yep, that's right. Yep.
You see, so we're right at the bottom of the page, cycle time 120.
Yep.
And you said that that's something that TfL would accept as a sort of...
In their historic guidance on traffic signal design and pedestrian facilities, the general consensus is that, as Mr. Weaver correctly says, 90 seconds is preferable, 120 seconds is acceptable. Beyond that, you need special permission, essentially, from the signal team.
Yeah. Can we just test that point there? Can you go to core document 24.17, 24.17, which is a TfL document?
Okay, yeah, 17. Yep.
Within that horrible long reference coming up, 3.4.11.2.
Yep, that's what I was referring to.
Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, absolutely,
in fairness, because that does say, doesn't it, junctions with pedestrian crossing cycle times should only exceptionally be longer than 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Cycle times greater than 120 are deprecated and only acceptable.
Yeah, so it creates that gap between, I refer to it as preferable for up to 90 seconds and unacceptable beyond 120.
Yeah.
So that's the point I was trying to get across, that
Okay.
when you get to beyond 120 seconds,
Yeah.
you special consideration needs to be given. So if I've misrepresented that was exactly the document I was
That's the
referring
reference you were going.
That's referring to. I was essentially trying to
Perfect.
yeah.
Excellent. And just thinking about the practical consequences of this, just to take it outside of some of the technical issues, the issues aren't they, that the longer the cycle time, the more likely a pedestrian gets frustrated and takes a chance to go through free-flowing traffic. That's the risk that we're trying to address here, isn't it? That's the issue.
I think actually this applies to traffic as well as pedestrians. It's about trying to minimise frustration.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then taking an ill-conceived manoeuvre out of frustration.
and also just trying to minimise delay.
Yeah. So there is a sort of highway safety issue that's underlying this guidance, isn't there? Beyond just highway good network management, is a highway safety point, isn't it?
I think it depends in terms of when you say highway safety. I think I touched on in chief actually to an inspector, to one of the questions to the inspector, that highway safety is quite a challenging thing to do. There is no such thing as safe. I think I mentioned to you in a question to something else.
A bit worrying.
So design standards tend to, well, it's true, and it's unfortunately we apply design standards with sort of the abundance of caution, if you will, because there's no way to say this is safe.
Has this been subject to a design audit?
No. It's not for determination at this stage.
No.
So it will be something which will go to
of course
through that process. Yeah.
But I mean, this proposition about 120 seconds being acceptable in this location, that actually hasn't been yet subject to independent. It's not a criticism, but it's just it hasn't.
It's an illustrative concept scheme to demonstrate what's achievable.
Okay, thank you. Right. And if we were to dip down to 90, if the cycle time were to be 90 at this particular location, because, say, the outcome of a road safety audit suggested that should be the case, we're at a junction that's already operating at 20% odd over capacity at the moment, aren't we? It's going to make that considerably worse if you...
Well, I think it's what I touched on in this morning was we've been through a whole number of options on this junction. Looking at what you can do with the road space that's available. In fact, one of them came up as I didn't pick up on it, evidence in chief. There's actually a typographical error where we refer to a banned right turn at this junction, I think, which Mr. Bamber picked up on, which is just a heading that we left in the title. There's a legacy. There's never any banned right turn. But we've also looked at the possibility of whether you introduce say, for instance, you'll look at that design. We've got rid of all of the additional lanes. At this junction, it has one lane on each approach. And that was part of the design approach of heavily constraining this junction down, aggressively restricting all movements.
Yes.
We did at that time look at the engineering feasibility of additional lanes on some of those arms. And that's a trade-off that could be achieved while allowing, and I mentioned this in chief, while allowing you to have a 90-second cycle time with performance characteristics very similar to what you see.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a simple trade-off between cycle time and
capacity
and increased delay.
Yes.
There are other options and variations between.
Do I see that link analysis?
No.
So
You've got one solution and one analysis in the report.
No, so it's quite difficult to put weight on that conclusion because we've not seen the results.
Absolutely.
That would be fair, wouldn't it?
And if I think Mr. Weaver suggested, if he saw something else, it might provide him more confidence. I haven't submitted something because we are at that stage I've heard it in evidence in chief, and
yes.
I think we all, as best as possible, try to avoid new evidence through the process. But were that deemed appropriate, we could.
Okay, well, I'm certainly not inviting you to do that. Junction 39, then.
Yes.
So moving on, this is your JWR 11 in your rebuttal appendices, page 179. 179.
Text of the evidence.
Yeah, so appendices.
Oh, sorry.
Rebuttal appendices, page 179. Link results.
So we're in Faversham now. Yep.
So.
Yep.
You're with me? Yeah,
yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
So if we look at the 7172 A2 reservoir ahead, right, left. Do you see that?
7172.
Row?
Yep. I can see that.
Yeah. We've got, as things stand. So this is the current situation, the not with development situation. We've got a mean queue of 129 PCUs.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I mean, this is a junction which is already operating considerably over capacity, isn't it?
Yeah, and as I said in chief, this is, I think, and you actually can correct me now if I misunderstood Mr. Weaver's point, that this is probably an overestimate of the performance. I think his more advanced microsimulation modelling suggested slightly less challenges in this same demand scenario, but that aside.
But for the person listening,
absolutely,
this is what we've got.
And
I understand your caveat, but in terms of what it shows, it's showing 129, and then a similar point can be taken about the A2 Canterbury Road 4142 92.4. So that's the without development scenario.
Yep.
And then if we go down to 187, we bring in the development, and broadly speaking, we've got a 2-minute additional delay.
I think that's
right?
in the text, isn't it? I think that's correct. Do you want me to just check that briefly?
Yes, of course, please do.
Yeah.
It's 8 minutes versus 10 minutes.
Oh, was that? So yeah, fine. Well, let's go with that.
Please check it.
Yeah, no. Go on, go with that.
I calcalated that as 2. But,
Let's speed up. So I didn't hear the 8 and 2. I didn't hear the 8 and 2.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right.
You could do that matter, man.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, as I understand it, your point is to say, well, that's such a small addition, you can't characterise that as severe. But there is an important point of principle, Mr. Wilde, I just want to test with you.
Yep.
The policy test we're firing at is the residual cumulative effect, isn't it? That's what the framework tells us.
Yes, yeah, that's the wording.
It's not the residual cumulative difference, it's the residual cumulative effect of the development of the situation, isn't it? Do you want to take the framework up again?
Yeah.
116.
So see, I think the work it uses words is impact, isn't it?
Impact,
effect.
yes, I beg your pardon. So
yeah.
Impact, residual cumulative impacts on the road network.
Yep.
So what we're doing is taking what's happening at the moment, we're adding in the proposal, and then we're looking whether, following mitigation, the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. Not looking just at the difference is the point I wanted to test with you, Mr. Wilde.
I'm not quite sure. I mean, how you would define impact. I think I touched on this earlier.
Yeah.
One of the ways of testing impact is to consider the difference between two future scenarios. and the residual cumulative being residual of, say, mitigation, cumulative giving due consideration to, I think you took me to the reference, committed, etc.
Yes.
So I'm not entirely sure I don't think I can discard difference between two scenarios in reviewing that paragraph.
No, but it's certainly not our answer, is it? Because we need to look at the outcome, don't we, and ask ourselves whether that outcome is severe, not just ask ourselves whether the difference is severe. Would that not be right?
I'm not sure. No, I don't. So you're saying you just look at the outcome of the development scenario and say, is that acceptable? Is it acceptable for someone to incur, in total, their journey to be, because I think what you're getting to is that if you set off in an ideal world, a perfect world with no other traffic on the network, you go from point A to point B, and you'd expect the journey to take 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But you incur congestion along the way.
Yeah.
And at this particular junction, you incur 10-minute delay, for argument's sake, and had the development not been there, you would have incurred an 8-minute delay.
Yes.
So my interpretation is that the impact of the development in that context is the 2 minutes, not the 10 minutes.
I see. So when you're looking at severe, and obviously the meaning of the policy is not a point I want to test with you.
No.
So it's a legal question ultimately, of course.
Yeah.
But what I just want to understand is how you've approached it. When you're asking the question, are these impacts severe? You've looked at the difference between what would happen without the development and what would happen
for this particular junction.
I see.
Yep, for these junctions, using as a out of the abundance of caution, and then to add to further the inquiry, adopting a reference case that Mr. Weaver was, I believe, comfortable with. That's the numbers we're looking at here for that junction. Yes, and therefore I'm looking at the difference between those two. Yeah. And saying that is the impact that's incurred.
Yeah, so you focused on in this case, the 2-minute additional,
yes,
rather than the 10-minute cumulative. Would that be fair?
Yeah, yes.
I see, yeah. But if we were for a moment, I appreciate this is not what you've done, but if we were for a moment to focus on the cumulative, 10 minutes, I mean, that is a severe delay, isn't it, 10 minutes?
A sense of deja vu here, actually, about this exact topic, because that's so what you're saying is that that's adopting in a way the semantic phrase of severe to an individual's journey against what they might reasonably expect, not what the impact of the development is, which is what para 116. But you're saying, that's why I use that example. You're an individual going about your day, and you incur a 10-minute delay because of a variety of situations, whatever it might be. And that is the test of which we should apply.
If we apply that
and
test.
therefore, but then that would, in terms of coming back to the test of the development impact, that would force anyone looking at that to go, is 8 minutes okay? And is 10 minutes okay? And say, well, 10 minutes is a problem and 8 minutes. If we take your line of thought, I'm not suggesting that, but it is the difference that is attributable to the development in this particular scenario, all caveats aside.
Because, Mr. Walmsley, doing it your way does, if you were to extend it to its natural conclusion, lead to this problem, which is that if you only focused on the difference, you'd get a death by 1,000 cut situation, wouldn't you? Which is where you ended up with an absolutely abominable situation in highway terms, to use a non-technical term. But each incremental step wasn't severe. That can't be right, can it, Mr. White? You see the problem if you took it to its conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, it is... another way of looking at it is to say that it's already severe, and therefore anything else that's on top of it is severe. Now, had I known this question was going to be posed to me, I may well have dug out an appeal case where this exact point was litigated and discussed. And I don't have it, and it's not in evidence, but essentially the conclusion was that the severity is a test of the difference, not so you can't be burdened by the... Bearing in mind that the cumulative in here... Cumulative relates to what you've baked into your development scenario, that is the difference, the change from your reference case. The cumulative isn't everything else that's going on that was already there. Which is baked into your 8 minutes. So the difference is the one that you look at, and that is the consideration. And I think actually Mr. Weaver and I are on agreement on this point. I mean, this is quite a common way of looking at it. For looking at difference, it's quite well established as an approach to take.
But if we take it my way and we look at it,
I don't think we can, though,
absolutely,
and apply it to 116.
You don't think it's even possible to do that? We got the figures,
but only by I come back to the point, saying to yourself that the network is already severe because of that 8 minutes delay.
So your position is, as it stands, this junction has a severe impact.
No, I wouldn't use that language at all.
Right.
I'm saying that to follow your approach, you have to reach that conclusion.
Yeah.
And therefore the term severe is applied to the implications or the impact of the development.
Right, I see, yes.
And anything else cumulatively that... So, for instance, cumulative includes the link road infrastructure and its positive benefits.
Yeah.
Plus also it might include mitigation that's applied. So cumulative bakes in a load of other factors such as that, doesn't it? That's what's embedded within the phrase
I was
cumulative.
going to say, just on that point, actually, Mr. Weil, because you did touch on this in chief, about the benefits of the link road. So say it's diversionary benefits, taking away from the... Where do I go to find that analysis?
It's very similar to a point that was raised regarding constraint.
Yeah.
It's only presented in the transport assessment cumulatively,
Yes.
as the test would say,
Yeah.
with the impact of the development. Essentially because it's a null hypothesis in this application to have a scenario where the link road is delivered without the development or the development is delivered without the link road.
Quite.
So it's tested as one scenario.
Thank you. That's as I understood you'd done it, Mr. Weil. So thank you. That's helpful. Final junction then is the M2 Junction 7, the Brenneley Corner one. And here, if we can take up your main rebuttal. So we're out of the appendices and we're into the rebuttal, as you've presented it a bit easier here. Page 65, please.
Yep, I'm there.
You're there, and you should have a table JWR6 M2 Junction 7.
Yep.
And if you find the A229 Thanet Way off slip.
Yes.
See that? Yeah.
Actually, just check. I'm looking at A229. We're looking at table JWR6, are we?
Yeah.
Oh yes, I've got it. Yeah, halfway down. Yeah.
Yeah. Which should be the modelled PM peak.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've got a queue there of 264.
Mhm. Yep.
Compared with 187
Yep.
at the moment. And we're looking, converting PCUs to vehicles, but broadly we're looking at 70 odd vehicles, aren't we?
Okay, I'll just go with you on that one rather than calculating myself. But yeah.
Okay. Well, if you don't
No,
accept
no,
it, please don't.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just roll with that number for that.
Just working on the basis that PCU is vehicles around 5 to 6 metres. That's how I've approached it.
Okay.
Okay. So the queue length difference is about 380 to 460 metres longer than at the moment.
Okay.
That's as I've interpreted it. Does that accord with your analysis of this?
If it's based on those numbers there,
is
then
indeed, yeah.
that's correct. Go with that. Yep.
And at that length, am I right in understanding that the queue length will go not just on the slip, but actually extend back onto the carriageway?
I haven't done the direct measurement, but I think that sounds correct based on that number.
Okay. So the scenario will be, as per these model results, that you'll have stationary traffic on the carriageway queuing to use the slip, because the slip will be occupied by vehicles. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And in that scenario, there are a number of issues, and I just want to explore them with you and see where you come as a transport planner highways expert on this. One issue is that someone's in the carriageway waiting to get off at the slip, and they change their mind. They think, God, this delay's too long, I want to rejoin the carriageway and take a different route.
Mm-hmm.
The issue there is they're going from a stationary position into a carriageway at 70 miles an hour, aren't they?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And another scenario, another issue is someone's coming along the carriageway.
Yep.
Knows they want to take this particular turning.
Yep.
And they have to then pause on the carriageway to turn into what has become the slip, haven't they?
Okay.
So
yep.
You would accept those are two natural and obvious consequences.
It's an established risk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And those are both highway safety risks, aren't they?
They do that scenario when it occurs, as it does in a number of locations, regrettably, does represent a highway risk. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a situation, a model situation, transport impact terms, which gives rise to a likelihood of driver behaviour that's risky, is an indicator of a severe impact, isn't it?
If and it does come back to the difference point, if the development creates that situation.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of an instantaneous point, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So it's either a problem or it's not a problem. As in, if the queue extends back to the slip road,
Yes.
and goes on to the mainline carriageway,
Yeah.
then that might create an issue that wasn't otherwise there.
Yes.
Do you get my point? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter how far back it extends after that point. It's
As soon as it's back onto the carriageway,
Yes,
there's an issue,
yeah.
basically.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I understand that.
yeah, yeah.
But just on my point, to get your expertise as a highways expert,
Yep.
we don't have a definition of severe for the non-strategic network, but an indicator of something that might be severe is a situation which gives rise to a likelihood of people taking risky choices. Would that not be right?
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You'd accept?
Yeah. Yeah. So if something you do gives rise to a situation that wasn't there before, then
Yes.
that would be understandable. Yeah.
And particularly if that has highway safety implications,
Yes,
that might
okay.
be a
Yep.
good indicator that we're approaching the territory
Yep.
of something that's severe.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Final set of questions for you about the date of the delivery of some of these highway works.
Okay, yep.
Some of which you've helped me already on the southern side.
Yes.
I just want to ask you some questions about the northern side, if I
Yep.
may. And I understand here that there's also a Grampian that precludes the occupation of houses before the delivery of the relief road is open to traffic. Is that your understanding?
We just talked about this, didn't we? This is the preoccupation.
Yeah, that's for
yes.
the southern
Yep.
side, but I understand
Yep.
it's the same for the northern. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's also right, isn't it, that the location of the link road goes across a railway line and some Network Rail land?
The northern.
Yeah. Relief road, is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I've not seen, but there are an awful lot of documents, and I'm a bit player, and you may be able to point me to somewhere, but I've not seen any indication from Network Rail, any land agreement or anything of that nature that they're content with the use of their land in that way. Have you?
That's not an area that has been involved in that I put any evidence to. I know that exercise has been going on in the background.
Right.
I can't actually answer to that, and I can't point you to anything. It's not within my evidence as
No, of
to the
course.
status of that situation
Okay.
and the delivery. Yeah, the state of that position.
And in terms of the timescale for the northern side, obviously we've got to get that road consented and delivered, and all the land agreements in place. We are looking at a 6, 7, 8 year period before the houses can be delivered, aren't we?
Just repeat that question again.
Of course.
Yeah, sorry.
Focusing
He's
just,
trying
of
to
course, just focusing just on the highways issues,
Yes.
because I'm
Yep.
conscious they're planning witnesses. But just on the highways aspects of this,
Yep.
we've got a relief road that's got to be delivered
Yeah.
before the houses can be occupied.
Yep.
Right. That relief road goes over land which includes railway land and in the control of Network Rail.
Yep.
We've not seen before the inquiry, although you're telling us these conversations are happening,
Yeah.
as one might expect, we've not seen before the inquiry any form of agreement or in principle acceptance that the link road is acceptable.
It may be there. I've not. I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
But I'm not saying it isn't there.
But drawing on your experience as a highways expert, we are looking at a good 7, 8 years before this link road is going to be up and open to traffic by the time the houses can then be occupied, aren't we?
I don't know where that comes from. Sorry.
I was putting it to you.
Okay. Well,
That's
no.
your
I think
drawing
it
on your
seems highly unrealistic. I'd
Right,
suggest.
okay.
Yeah.
What time frame are you suggesting then that it's going to take to deliver this relief road?
Well, we've been. This is not hugely dissimilar to the earlier point with the junction, is it? We're talking about the PCF process.
Different piece of infrastructure.
Yeah.
Different answers may apply.
You asked me to give my judgment on it,
Yeah.
and I don't have any evidence I can point you to justify it. But I would suggest that time period is wholly pessimistic, and that it would be much sooner than that. But I'm not going to direct you. It's not something I've considered to be entirely within my expertise to advise on, so I'm only giving a generalised opinion on this point. I know that Mr. Weaver goes into some of these points in his
Yes.
evidence, but I have drawn a line where I feel that I can actually aid the inquiry and my expertise, and it's stuck to really to design and transport planning. So you'll notice from the rebuttal I don't go into a lot of detail on those points.
Okay, thank you.
You know, have to be honest about what I can answer.
Wouldn't expect to be anything else, of course, as well. Just final topic just to touch on is about the benefit of the relief roads. As I understand it, the adopted development plan doesn't contain any reference to the need for a relief road, does it?
The adopted local plan has a safeguarded corridor for the northern relief road.
Yeah.
And that's what we're referring to. And then the southern relief road doesn't have an equivalently safeguarded corridor.
Right.
That's what the question you're asking?
It was indeed,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct, yeah.
So nothing in the adopted one. And as I understand National Highways' position, just reading their proof of evidence, they're not suggesting that there's a standalone case for the relief road, are they?
I would have to... I've put in evidence some pretty sort of compelling points, I think, going back, for instance, I'd have to take you to it as a letter that came from National Highways, which stated quite clearly, back in the local plan stage, their view that any local plan that comes forward would invariably require the southern relief road. I know that Kent have made quite clear in openings and in statement of common ground that they think it's critical. So I think in the broadest sense, I think the highways authorities have made it quite clear that there's a compelling need for this infrastructure irrespective of development.
And just pushing that a little,
Yep.
You mentioned a moment ago when we were talking about modelling assumptions, that the sort of standalone benefit of the link road hasn't been modelled because it's a null hypothesis for your purpose.
For this planning application.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So we don't have any quantitative evidence about the benefit of just the relief road, do we? Because that hasn't been done because for your purposes it's a null hypothesis.
Well, if you're talking about a standalone application, a standalone modelling of the junction of the infrastructure on its own,
yes,
that's the answer I was saying. However, the cumulative evidence of the local plan testing that tests a range of scenarios with and without the infrastructure in place against historical growth assumptions. This is the plan making process post the adopted local plan. Does, I'd suggest, lead very heavily towards the conclusion of demonstrating that in the absence of this infrastructure, growth can't be supported.
And
so
in
that's
terms
I went through I think in the first morning of evidence in chief, and the various sections of my evidence to that effect.
But in terms of a quantitative analysis,
all of that was based on modelling evidence and is quantitative, absolutely.
But in terms of numbers, if we're thinking about weight to attach to this benefit, as the Inspector may well be thinking about in due course, there isn't a piece of evidence where I can go and see, well, that is the diversionary effect of this link road on its own without this development that we've got to look at.
So this would be, were you constructing an economic business case, for instance, when you wanted to attribute a benefit in isolation to all others that you could accumulate together?
Exactly right.
That specific individual point is not there. So you can't say this would contribute 0.4 towards a BCR or something to that effect.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's a fair point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilde. Just bear with me a second, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilde. Thank you, Madam. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Madam, just before we moved on and just before Dr. Bowes finished, could I just ask a question to everybody? Just in the context of Mr. Weaver's evidence at page 4.
Hold on a minute.
Bottom of 3 and then on to 4. At 3.1.10, the point's made there that the approach with and without mitigations and quote, an evidently unfair test. That's at the end of the page. At the top of page 4, at 3.1.11, it said that the approach to these different scenarios, at the end of that sentence, quote, should carry no planning weight. And then at 3.1.12, it said fundamentally, such an approach does not amount to an assessment of impact under 116 and just can't be used. Now, questions around that topic. If that is the Duchy's case, if that remains the Duchy's case, that what Mr. Wilde has done is fundamentally inconsistent with 116 and essentially has to be put in the bin, no planning wait, I would much prefer the Duchy to actually put that to Mr. Wilde now so that he can comment on it directly. I obviously tried to anticipate it a bit in my evidence in chief, because it wouldn't be right, obviously, for him not to have had the chance to come back on. If it remains their case, I don't know. I mean, after some of the answers from Mr. Weaver, I don't know. But if it does, I'd prefer it to be put sort of squarely, because obviously it's quite important. And then obviously Mr. Wilde can have a chance to say whatever he wants to say. Yeah. So that was the question.
I'm happy to clarify those questions with Mr. Wilde. Allow me 2 minutes to do that.
Yeah, of course.
Just picking up, Mr. Wilde, where we were on the framework, if we just take that up, 116, unacceptable impacts on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe. We don't have, as I think you helpfully told me, the evidence that compares just committed and consented with a proposed development, do we?
For the combined site.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, for the combined site assessment.
Yes.
And ignoring for the moment, for the purpose of that question, the evidence we were just discussing.
The junctions,
yeah, the junctions, yeah.
We don't have a network-wide comparator, as I think you did, in fairness, clarify, but clearly I don't want it to be in any doubt that I've not put this. As I understood it, you accepted that the inspector doesn't have a comparator between just committed and consented schemes and with the proposed development.
That's not the test that's been presented in the transport.
Can you just answer the question? Then?
Yes, that's not the test that's been presented in the transport assessment. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr.
That's not the test that's been presented in the transport assessment.
No, exactly.
Yes,
Absolutely. So, if the inspector wanted to understand the impact of the development versus what's known, as in committed and consented, there isn't the material for the southern side to do that, is there?
What's known?
As in committed and consented schemes, which are known permissions, known allocations.
On the basis
no
of the premise,
mitigation.
on the basis of the premise of the question, I would, to a certain extent, question the known concept. I mean, what is known and what is unknown is a
Goodness.
Donald Rumsfeld territory if we're not careful. But fundamentally, what I think the test that Mr. Weaver thinks or suggested is appropriate is not in the transport assessment.
No.
Yes.
And as we looked at the PPG and we looked at the EIA regulations, that approach cannot be said, therefore, to be an unreasonable one, because it's the one that derives from policy and legislation.
No, I didn't see that, actually. Sorry, you wanted to say that test is set out in legislation and policy?
Yes. So
I'm happy to take me to that.
Take it up again. So
yeah, absolutely.
PPG.
Yes.
So we're back on.
Yep.
24.16. Right where we started.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is important to give paragraph.
Just hang on a minute. Just a minute. 34.16. Sorry, 34.16.
24.16. Sorry. 24.16.
Yeah, and we went.
to Pararo 1.4 where we started. You remember, you were there, Mr. Wild?
I think the one that starts, it is important.
We were there before.
Yeah.
And this paragraph that says, i.e. development that is consented or allocated, where there's a reasonable degree of certainty will be proceeded with the next 3 years.
Yep.
You've not presented for the southern side an assessment against just committed and completed versus the development, have you?
I think I may just give the same answer that I gave the first time in
I expect you will.
That's not what that paragraph is saying. That paragraph is saying that when assessing the impact of the development, you need to consider the cumulative impacts of committed developments within your assessment. They have to be given appropriate consideration in that assessment. That doesn't define what constitutes a reasonable relative test for the purpose. That's not, to my mind, not what that's saying at all. No. That's not telling us how to go about that process.
But it was to your mind when you were conducting the assessment for the northern site, as we saw, wasn't it? You did compare a committed and completed versus the proposed development, didn't you?
As I suggested to you, that was a sensitivity test that was done latterly, and it was simply done as I think I mentioned to the inspector in response to a question under evidence in chief. It was done as a sort of path of least resistance. The point at which, because it is a complicated process and judgment needs to be made as to whether appropriate consideration is given to forecasting the reasonable alternative. How would development come forward alternatively in that reference case? The implications of that are related to the scale of the development. So I accepted in evidence that for small and medium-sized projects, and in this context 1200 falls into the latter of those two categories, it is sometimes easier, because the implications are more localised, to simply accept and I referred to it in evidence chief as arguably potentially erring on the side of robust to the point of being unrealistic, a reference case that says that nothing would happen in the absence of the development. That was done in the context of a smaller scale development that was done to supplement the main cumulative appraisal that was submitted, to test the sensitivity of just this scenario and to do so in an expedient manner. And in that case, it wasn't deemed proportionate or necessary to do that extra exercise that was done for the combined scheme.
But you said you presented this material because of the path of least resistance, but I mean, plainly you're not putting forward material that you think is an unreasonable reference case for the northern site, are you?
Well, I did actually state in evidence in chief that it's robust to the point of erring towards being unreasonable.
Goodness, yes.
Yes, that test that's applied, because it's reasonableness is defined by being, I use the phrase robust or whatever you might use. It's a broad range, isn't it? And I would suggest that we've been overly robust with respect to the northern application, but I'm content that the tolerances within that assessment mean that the additional effort needed to make those assumptions with respect to the reference case were within, because it's a localised point. That development has more localised impact.
Sure.
And whereas when you get to a larger development, you get a wider, you need to be more reasonable about your assumptions that underpin it.
Your approach isn't explicitly reflected in the PPG, is it? We can agree that.
Well,
doesn't say do what you've done.
I mean, there are some evidential differences. I mean, Mr. Weaver suggested that, in a response to a question, that, for instance, local plan allocations lacking consent shouldn't be included. But I think that paragraph goes on to sort of imply as much, doesn't it, in some respects?
Consented or allocated? Yeah.
Yes, so that's already showing some degree of departure from this idea that allocated sites shouldn't be in there. And then it goes, but also this same guidance, I think it's in this guidance, refers to, if I just take you to it, bear with me a second. So if we take you down latterly in this document, quite close to the end, it talks there in general assessments should, and then it follows on, and at the bottom of that it's saying projections should use local traffic forecasts such as Tempro.
Where have you
Sorry, second to last paragraph of the document.
Second to last paragraph. 015? Same document?
Yes, same document.
Right.
Second to last paragraph.
Are we in 014 still?
We are, yes, that's correct. Yep.
No, he's on 015.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Apologies.
015.
Okay, so which 015 in general assessment?
Yeah. So at the bottom there, it's talking about using Tempro, which is we've discussed quite at length about national traffic forecasts of growth, informing the informing the assessment process. Let's go over all of that topic again now, given the time for lunch. But again, that's embracing the idea that assessments should be giving consideration to national traffic forecasts in that period, and that's we've gone to some great length in terms of the way that we've taken a planning judgment for how to do that, and we've sensitivity tested that in a number of ways using Tempro and M10 to test that. But fundamentally, it is saying that the baseline of assumptions are based on an assumption of growth taking place as derived from the national traffic forecasts.
Yeah, but what it doesn't say is to go to a draft local plan and take the assumptions underpinning a plan that's not even been adopted.
And I think we've been quite open in saying that at the time that we did the assessment, if you go to look at TAG, and I don't suppose you want to go down that, we can do if you wish, but at the time, the modelling was undertaken in accordance with TAG, and as Mr. Weaver explained, TAG suggests to us that depending on the local uncertainty that's to be applied, we can, and this is an area maybe where we differ, we can replace that generally derived growth from N10 with known local assumptions of planning permissions. And a judgment was made at the time that a more accurate forecast can be achieved here due to the confidence that was being provided by the Regulation 19 status of the local plan, that we could replace some of that N10 growth, Tempro growth, with that assumption instead, to provide additional accuracy in the reference case as to what might happen in the future without the development. In response to National Highways concerns, as I've touched on in chief, because that has gone backwards, that process, as you correctly say now, the uncertainty of it has increased.
Right.
And therefore, it is arguably more appropriate to look towards N10 or Tempro as our understanding of how growth, which is what TAG would tell you, and that's the purpose of the sensitivity test that I put forward and have agreed with National Highways part of the Statement of Common Ground.
Right. So, just so I'm clear, this piece of guidance, the PPG, clearly applies to developments such as this, wouldn't it?
It is dated in 2014, I believe, and it predates by some means the NPPF that was adopted, was updated in December 24.
Yes, but the government hasn't updated the PPG.
No, it hasn't, and that's because the industry is working quite hard to respond. I think I touched on this in chief as well. Respond to the moving feast that has been for some time, the NPPF. So I think this is very much secondary to the NPPF for where we go to look for the question of what is the test that should be applied in determining development, and hence the reason I primarily focused on my evidence on the NPPF and its interpretation of what constitutes reasonable forecast scenarios as the basis for the assessment that's been undertaken.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification, and my apologies for not drawing that out clearer. But that's revealed then, if I put it this way, would it be fair to say that your approach does not accord with the PPG approach, does it?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that I don't think the wording of this PPG, if anything, doesn't tell us precisely. It doesn't say to us how we should do it. You've drawn me to the point about giving consideration to cumulative impact, which I've responded to. Again, that's not about the test. That's making sure you don't ignore consented sites. I've drawn you to that paragraph that tells you that Tempro should be used for your projections into the future. And it's important to highlight that Tempro isn't bound, just so we're clear, Tempro is in no way bound by consented developments. To be absolutely clear, Tempro, or the N10 that informs it, and I have a reference in my evidence to this effect. And actually, I think I have got a minor typo in a reference on this point. It might be just worth for your benefit, Mum, to just take you to that actually, just to make sure that if you're looking through this. So in my rebuttal evidence. This is sort of the important point, actually. Let me just find where that. Bear with me a second. Apologies, it might just take me a moment to find this, if you could bear with me. So it's in 37.21.1.
Okay. Oh, that's the document, yeah. Whereabouts?
Yeah, I'm just saying to. And on page 16,
Right.
Under paragraph 2.5.19,
Yes.
I provide a reference at the bottom of that says Appendix JWR1.
Yeah.
The quotation is correct, but unfortunately that should have been a core document reference, and that additional core document didn't get added.
Oh, right.
So it's a correct quotation to the effectively a DFT guidance on the application of NTEM.
Yeah.
But it's not been included, so that's an error on my part to include that. So I would like to refer to the quote, but I'm just mindful of the fact that it hasn't been added as a core document. That's the slight problem.
So it's not in JWR1?
No, it's got an incorrect reference in there, I'm afraid. I mean, it can be easily added, but I appreciate that this is quite late in the day to add that, so I defer to others as to the appropriateness of.
Well, I can only ask you questions on what you've put in, so.
Yeah, sure. Well, if we can turn to the quote regardless.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
The point is that what it's saying there is that NTEM isn't restricted to local plans or consents. It extends beyond that into the future and makes assumptions on growth from housing and employment that extends beyond any consents, or in that fact it talks about local plans. And as I come back to the point in the guidance that you referred me to for transport assessments, let's find the reference correctly, that is endorsing the use of that method of forecasting for projection purposes. So any exercise that looks into the future and makes pragmatic assumptions, reasonable assumptions, that growth will occur, and does so based on assumptions analogous to Tempro, or using Tempro, or otherwise replacing it with alternative, better information, is consistent with that guidance.
Yes.
That's the point I'm trying to make. So your question was, it doesn't endorse it, and I'd say that I feel it does.
So the high point of where you say the endorsement comes from is because there's a reference to Tempro, and Tempro uses a model of assumed growth, and that's what you say entitles you to count draft local plan allocation assumed growth and a windfall allowance on top of the consented and committed schemes.
It's certainly, for me, when we're looking at what the NPPF says about using reasonable forecast scenarios,
Yes.
to determine the impact of development, I said in chief again, I go looking for, in transport terms, not in planning judgment terms, but in transport terms, what constitutes a reasonable forecast of the future. Yeah. And I look to the tag for that, and it's referenced to Tempro, and I'm simply highlighting to you this paragraph also does the same thing. Yes.
Fine. But there isn't a reference to taking your approach explicitly in the PPG, is there?
There's no, so I'm not aware of, and I'm happy to be drawn to it, a reference that tells you precisely in this MPPG how to do what Mr. Weaver was proposing we should do.
No.
Either. So,
so
it doesn't answer that question.
No. But insofar as you were suggesting this PPG guidance has been overtaken by the new framework, there's no indication that that's the case, is there, by the government, that this guidance is no longer relevant or no longer current policy? This is the policy the inspector should apply, isn't it?
The policy, this is guidance. The policy is in the NPPF. This is guidance.
Oh, well, now you've trespassed onto an interesting area.
Well, no, but as in, it's well established in the industry that there is extensive work being undertaken by industry partners and the DFT to update this guidance.
Right.
Yeah, that's well known within the industry. However, that's not. I'm not seeking to rely upon that. I'm not suggesting that this tells us something that we used to do and we should now do something else. I'm suggesting to you that the pointers, even in this considerably dated guidance, I'm still comfortable the approach that's taken is sound, based on the paragraph you took me to and the paragraph I've taken you to.
Okay, well, I would suggest to you as well that is not consistent with what the PPG says on its face. And what you've done is to imply what you think is a reasonable appendage to the PPG to make a reasonable case, haven't you? You've read in words which aren't there. Wouldn't that be fair?
Into where? Sorry.
Well, where it says, i.e. consented or allocated where there is a reasonable degree of certainty will proceed within the next 3 years.
No, I think we're taking
you
a different...
have added in and other development which I assume will come forward, haven't you?
No, because I can't go back over that point again. That paragraph isn't... The fundamental disagreement is what is the correct relative test. That's the disagreement.
That spot on, Mr. Barnes.
Yes. And that paragraph doesn't tell us what is the correct relative test.
But it is telling us what we should be looking at for the purposes of...
No, it's telling you what you should be included in a cumulative assessment of impact.
And well, the headline of that
and the assessment has...
Can I close for the question to you, Mr. Barnes? Then, if you want to clarify your answer, please. My question to you is the headline of that paragraph is how should the need for and scope of a transport assessment or statement be established? So you're not entitled to say that paragraph is not dealing with the scope of a transport assessment because that's what it tells us it's doing.
No, what I'm saying to you is that, if I just find it again, paragraph 10014, wasn't it? Just find it again quickly for you. What I'm suggesting to you is that the assessment before you complies with that. It's consistent with that approach.
And it does significantly else, doesn't it? It doesn't just present committed or consented.
It's made appropriate consideration of the cumulative impacts arising from committed development, i.e. development that is consented or allocated. Yep. So it's done that. It has, you're correct to say, included, we talked earlier on about the additional 4,000 units that we've included in our development scenario.
Yes.
So yes, I accept, pursuant to a robust appraisal of the cumulative situation, we have assumed that it won't be only this development that comes forward in the future, it will be other development that will come forward alongside it. So you're correct to say that we've gone over and above it, but only to the extent that we have increased the robustness of the cumulative scenario that's been tested.
Well, you say that, but for the northern site, that's not what you've done.
No, so we've in the absolute terms, the northern one has taken... Oh, actually, that's not entirely true, because the northern one takes the adopted local plan,
yes,
which is arguably, I think what Mr. Weaver was saying, shouldn't have been included. It should only have been the consents, and it builds on top of that with the north. So it goes some way towards that.
And allocations.
And it borders on being... I've said before, when you apply that as a relative test, being a little bit too towards risks being unrealistic in its forecast of the future without development.
Yes, I mean, but you're not advancing to the inspector that the analysis you've presented to the inspector for the northern site is unrealistic, are you?
Could you repeat that again? Sorry,
you're not suggesting to the inspector that the analysis you've put forward for the northern site is unrealistic, are you?
For the development scenario, for the test that's been applied, it errs on the side of robustness. I explained earlier that reasonableness is a spectrum.
Yes, well, the inspector might like to know if you, as presenting this evidence, think it's unreasonable.
No, I said in chief to the inspector's question that I felt that it was robust and erring towards the side of being the risk of being unrealistic and therefore unreasonable, but then the tolerances of the modelling there, not to the extent that it undermines the assessment. And if it did, it would just be a little bit robust.
So it's only when we get to the southern site that you take a different approach.
Yep.
And so what must follow from that is it's not inherent in the PPG that you have to take the approach you've taken for the southern site when you're performing an assessment.
Could you repeat that one again?
Of course.
Sorry, the noises.
It must follow from the fact you've presented the consented and committed reference case for the northern site.
Yes, yeah.
That it is inherent within the PPG that is a realistic and appropriate approach.
Well,
otherwise, why have you presented it?
The PPG doesn't refer to realistic.
We're going round in circles.
Yeah,
I think we're answering the same question, really.
I don't.
Just to be, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's sort of partly my fault for doing this.
I didn't want to be any doubt that I've not put this point.
But the point actually hasn't been put still, and I don't understand why. The point is, the thing that's being
Why don't
suggested.
you do it in re-examination?
I'm happy to, as long as I'm not accused in re-examination of,
No, I'm sure you won't
saying
be.
something that's not been said. Just to be clear, what it is that it was nothing about the PPG or the EIA regs or whatever. It's about 116 of the framework. And what's been suggested by the Duchy is that what Mr. Wilde has done is flat out contrary to 116 of the framework when it says about reasonable scenarios. I can do it in re-examination.
Talking about the combined case.
Yeah, exactly.
combined case.
That was the paragraphs that I read out. It's got nothing to do with the PPG. If he doesn't want to do it now, that's fine, but I'll do it in re-examination. Mr. Wilde can do it then.
Well, let me put that point. Just to complete it, let me just put that point.
That'd be great.
So it's put. But 116, just of the PPG, has to be read with. Sorry.
NPPF. It's NPPF.
Has to be read with the PPG. You cannot divorce those two things.
Noting that the PPG, which is guidance of how to undertake something that predates by 11 years, or no, 10 years, the NPPF, it is certainly quite challenging. But then again, I'm not convinced, as I've explained to you, that it makes any difference even if you do. If you read both the PPG and the NPPF together, you still end up with the assessment that's put forward before us as evidence as being appropriate.
It is not consistent with 116 because you have to read it with the PPG.
Okay.
And if you do that, if you do that, you have gone beyond what the PPG says, and therefore you must have gone beyond what is within 116. Surely.
I don't want to answer the question again. I think it might be going around in circles again. Sorry, I don't.
I think if you might try and answer that one, because that's the question I've been asking as well.
Of course. So, 116, I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Wilde, has to be read with the PPG. You're not suggesting to the inspector anything other than that, are you?
Has to be read.
Have to read those two together, surely. Sorry,
I think primarily we should read. Have I done it?
he's on, I think.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, just can't see it there. I think the NPPF supersedes the guidance.
So you were suggesting there are therefore different approaches in the PPG to the NPPF, and that 116 is something different to what's in the PPG. Is that what I detect from that answer?
I'm sorry, I'm really. I think the NPPF, Para 116, tells us something that the PPG doesn't about the approach to using reasonable forecasts of the future in that respect, except with respect to the paragraph I referred to of use of tempro.
Yes. And my suggestion to you is it can't be reasonable for you to exclude the approach that's invited in the PPG, because that therefore must be a conflict with 116.
Okay, then no, I don't. I mean, saying that it is consistent with the PPG.
Yeah, but my final point on this is it can't be, Mr. Wilde, because the approach you've taken for the northern site is the approach that's in the PPG.
No, I don't think it is. That's the point. I don't think it is.
Well, you've not taken into account for the northern side. I thought I had understood this. You've not taken into account from the northern side an assumed level of growth from the draft local plan and from windfalls. What you've done for the northern site is look at allocations and commitments. I thought I had understood that.
Allocations and commitments is out on top of the development. Yes.
Yes. And therefore that can't be an unrealistic or unreasonable approach that you're suggesting it is.
For the with development scenario.
Yes.
Then that is consistent with the PPG.
Thank you.
And I'd suggest it's consistent with the NPPF.
Thank you. And what you've done for the southern side isn't that, and therefore isn't consistent with the PPG or the framework of 116.
It is. They're both consistent.
But there is
because
nothing
they're both reasonable, albeit one errs towards being robust, towards the boundary of reasonableness. It errs towards robustness in the reasonable spectrum. So they're both consistent with the NPPF and with the guidance. Is that the answer that you wanted?
Well, it's the answer to the question. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. I think we ought to have probably a break now, don't you, before we do National Highway. Is it National Highway? It's you next, isn't it?
Adam, I can confirm we have no questions to ask Mr. Wilde, so...
That'll be pleasing to Mr. Wilde, I'm sure. Oh, sorry, we've got the action group next anyway. Sorry, Mr. Bell.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sure you've got some questions.
I have a few, but I have less than I started off with this morning, and I'll use lunch to trim it down.
So, how long do you think?
So I think when we last discussed time estimates on this prior to the week off,
1.5, you said?
we'd been looking at about 3 hours, and I think
Oh,
I'm
have we?
probably
All right,
probably
okay.
still within that. I hope.
Well, I've got 1.5 hours down here, so...
We did discuss it at one of the last sessions when we were
Right,
talking
okay.
about timetable, so I can get hopefully done today.
Right, okay, fine. Good, all right. That's fine. So we are actually on track, aren't we?
And just to let you know, there's a beautiful machine outside turned on, spewing out cool air. And
Very
And
exciting.
it's only on setting 1, and when you turn it up to setting 3, it's magic.
I think this is what
So
Mr.
we'll-
Gearing
We'll
has
have
been.
it brought in, and we'll see what it does.
Can we hear anything if it's on the setting?
Yeah,
Like I said, it's magic.
can't wait.
Here then. Okay, thank you very much. Well, we'll sort all that out at lunchtime, and I mean, I've got some questions, but I will look at them, and probably a lot have been answered now. Okay, jolly good. Thank you very much. So I think we will have an hour. We'll adjourn till 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Let's see what this machine does.
To resume. Well,
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to turn that down, aren't we?
Or off. I'm just going to
just-
make a suggestion.
Just wait a minute.
I will.
Just wait a minute.
I will. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Is that better or not?
I've turned the thing off.
All right, let's just try that for the moment. Now, the thing is that before we completely give up and think of something else, if we've been told we can have the windows open tonight. That's the first thing, and so the room won't start. Hopefully, will start off cooler in the morning. If it starts off cooler in the morning, there might be a chance that with both of these units, and I think, are you trying to get another one?
I think we're trying to get a second one of these, and apparently they do. I'm told they take time to have an effect.
Yeah.
So let's hope so.
You know, I think we need to just give it a go for tomorrow. Now, if you find you can't stand it today, I wouldn't mind trying to do it a bit more with Mr. Wilde if he feels capable of standing it, even if we just do an hour and then have a break.
Okay.
But we can, rather than just finishing and giving
No,
up.
that's fine. Yeah.
So what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I'm happy to try and get as far as we can. I'm just very keen to get as far as we can. An alternative. So at the moment, as I understand it, we're nowhere in terms of any sort of suggestion or research into any sort of alternative venue.
Well, I think we need to do that as well.
Well, I know. So what has happened in between? What happened before the inquiry started, way back when, was actually us and Swale together looked at Sittingbourne venues, and we really, I understand I wasn't part of it, but we really struggled to find one. But at that time, the parties were looking for a room that could accommodate, I think, say a couple of hundred people, thinking about day one and the public sessions. Of course, now we'd be looking for a room that's much smaller. So I'm going to do everything I can to facilitate that. I'll do what I can. The other thing to say is that in the event that such an arrangement took a few days, a few days or whatever it is to arrange, I want to just float, and I appreciate, given what you've said earlier.
I know what you're going to say.
I know. Well, I'll float the idea of doing, say, a few days or a couple of days, even the rest of this week, on Teams, such that to enable time to be garnered to sort this out, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I note that. I think, I'd like to have a chat after we've, perhaps in the next break, with all the advocates, please, in my room. But let's just hold that thought for the moment.
Certainly, thank you.
So has anybody else got anything to say? Mr. Bamber? No, it's fine. I know the feeling. Yeah. If we can, what I suggest, I do get sort of occasional wafts of cold air, actually, I have to say. I don't know if it's just my imagination or just occasionally something comes across. So, but, it might be better tomorrow, we don't know. But we'll chat about that later. Let's just carry on, if we can, with Mr. Bell's cross-examination. I think if you could do an hour, and then we'll have a break. Okay. Mr. Wilde, are you all right with that? Yes. If you don't fit,
I'll let you know if it.
Yeah. If you really, if you feel that you're not able to do that, then just say and we'll break sooner.
I feel better at the moment than I did at the end of the last.
I know.
Bit, the last half hour.
Yeah, you were there a long time, though, weren't you? So, yeah. And anybody else? That goes for Mr. Bell, because you'll be doing the questions. Anyone who wants to sort of go and get a bit of fresh air, that's fine. If you want to take your ties off, that's fine. I really don't mind. Anything to make yourself comfortable. Yeah, Mr. Bamber, well done. Maybe you'll lead the trend. All right. So, anybody tell me? Yes, Mr. Young.
Yeah, a couple of things. So, obviously, you appreciate that we are the county authority and we have space. So, we'll look at us providing the space.
Where are you again?
Mostly in Maidstone.
Maidstone,
but which is not very far away.
What about national highways? Do they have any?
Where are you guys?
Could you both have a look and consider? That would be, but it will have to be somewhere which is air conditioned. That's the only thing.
I've asked for that, and I mean, one thing would be to have a room that doesn't just have massive windows facing the afternoon sun.
Well, yeah.
That's the start, or on the third floor, which doesn't help either. So just some basic common sense. So we'll have a look, and we've got people looking at that now. I don't know if you've ever done this, but for those that are suffering, you could possibly suggest or allow us to wear shorts.
Yeah, if you want to.
I've got some shorts.
You brought them with you, have you?
I can't lend them to Mr. Simons, but I've got shorts. We are also looking. We can see that he's under a lot of pressure, and we can see he's suffering. And we have ordered a bucket and some ice, and he can put his feet in those.
Sounds a good idea.
That would actually. I know it sounds funny, but it actually would work.
If you want to dress more comfortably, I am absolutely up for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything that you feel will make you more comfortable, shorts or otherwise.
Within reason.
I won't wear shorts.
Never done an inquiry like that before.
But I think that's a good suggestion, and yes, thank you very much. Well, that would be great if you could see. The only thing is, of course, that we will have to have some way that we can either live stream. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that was why I mentioned this. That you could. That's not actually such a big challenge. There's a device called an owl. That we could get one either way. You put them in the middle of the room. They've got a 360 camera, and whoever's talking gets put up on the big screen. They're amazing and really good. I've done them used them in inquiries before, so it shouldn't be an obstacle if we get that far.
And will the applicants just keep looking for? I mean, even if it's Faversham or somewhere further away.
Oh yeah, no, I mean.
There's none of the. Very few public. Well, I mean, obviously, all part of the parties here. So
yeah, we'll do our best. I'm just going to say thank you to both National Highways and the County Council for the suggestion, and that obviously very, very gratefully received on our side, and we'll continue to look ourselves. I say continue. I think we're going to start looking in earnest now. But yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay. So we'll carry on now. So I think an hour, and then it's 2:10, so if we can go till 3:10, unless you say otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mr. Wild. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with a bit of a summary as to the positions that I'm putting to you. So you know that I'm acting for the Action Group, who presented highways evidence through Mr. Bamber, and also the 5 Parish Group, which their evidence came through Councillor Bonney. And between them, their cases primarily focus on the adequacy of your modelling and forecasts and impacts on sustainability. The collective position that they take is that if you're wrong in your analysis work in that regard, and if they are right, then the proposals before the inspector start to unravel in respect to the benefits.
It's quite hard to hear it. Could you put your mic down a little bit lower? Sorry, I will. I don't know if it actually works. Does the microphone even transmit to me? I don't.
It kind
is there speakers
of works,
in here?
But
I
think you're at the. Have you got that fan on there?
Yeah. Sorry, I can generally hear you. It's just on the edge. That's all. It's only quite a long way away. It was.
Where did you hear up to?
No, I think I was getting you.
I'm happy to move.
It was a lot easier when. Yeah. Also, Mr. Weaver's head's in the way as well, which is sort of sorry. Sorry to interrupt. No.
Yeah, if that's okay.
I should have said that before. Sorry, I didn't.
You can just.
Sorry, being awkward there, moving everyone around.
So, eyeball to eyeball.
So I think I'd heard the last point, which I think just
Yeah,
clarify.
so
You're saying
essentially
if I'm wrong,
Yeah,
and
if,
they're
if,
right.
if you're wrong, the benefits start to unravel, compliance with the framework starts to unravel, and so our position is that you needed to have taken some care in preparing the traffic and transport assessment exercise that you've undertaken. Further, if you are wrong, the fears expressed by the locals through Councillor Bonney's evidence and Mr Bamber have a real chance of coming true, and in that respect the traffic impacts that arise on the locality. The further issues that my clients collectively take in respect of the traffic and transport side of this proposal is effectively what they consider to be the substandard nature of what is proposed. And this is something which has caused some further concerns, given your comment to Dr. Bowes earlier that there is no such thing as safe.
Mhm.
Visual impacts are a concern, but that's largely dealt with elsewhere. And finally, the clients are concerned of the costs of what is going to be required in order to assist in bringing the vision forwards. But again, that's an issue for elsewhere.
Oh, could you just repeat that one? Just I heard the cost bit, but I didn't hear the opening part of the sentence. Sorry.
So the anticipated costs.
Anticipated. Sorry, that's the word I meant. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
And I want to turn first of all to modelling and forecasting. And just an initial point that.
Will we have a response to that? Because was that as a question or?
Oh, I was just setting the scene.
You were setting the
So-
scene. All right.
Some questions now on modelling and forecasting. And going back to your first day of evidence in chief, where you were setting the scene and the background, we had some discussion about the early development of the SWACO model, and that's discussed in your proof at paragraph 1.71.
Shall I bring that up?
You can do,
Yeah.
and 6.23, which is PDF pages 9 and 74. It's only really if you need to refer to them, because the points I'm going to put are quite succinct, I hope. It's paragraph 1.71, which is just the introduction to the development of the SWACO model and the parties involved in particular.
You found it.
I've got page 9. Yes.
So it's paragraph 1.17.
Oh.
Apologies.
7.1. Sorry. Okay.
So at paragraph 1.17, you say in the second sentence, prior to submission of the applications, your agency acted on behalf of the applicants to coordinate with the council and KCC the joint procurement and development by SWACO Limited of the Swale transport model, used both for the emerging plan and these applications.
Yep.
At page 74, and this is paragraph 6.2.3.
Bear with me a second. Yep.
And it's the final sentence of that paragraph. Most notably, this involved the preparation of the new Swale transport model developed by SWACO principally on behalf of KCC and the applicants, but in close cooperation and scoping with NH and SBC. And then you go on to explain that you don't understand that to be in dispute and you don't propose to address it further. I just have a few questions on it. So the SWACO model, that's the strategic model for Swale.
Yes.
And it's designed to test the impacts of new development and infrastructure across Swale.
Yes.
And do you ordinarily expect it to be developed independently on behalf of a local planning authority and a highways authority?
To be developed independently.
Yes.
I mean, it depends where you are in the country, obviously, excluding unitary authorities. Sometimes it's developed by the highway authority and then applied by the planning authority. On other occasions, it might be developed under instruction from the planning authority. that can occur separately.
And so in this situation, we have the SWACO model that was developed in part by the applicant.
No, the SWACO model wasn't developed. It was developed by SWACO. Sorry, SWACO. I might say SWACO. Excuse me if I drop into that. Yeah, I don't know which is correct actually. It was developed entirely by SWACO, but it was at the time when it was originally developed. It was to be used by, so KCC are the custodians of it. They're the ones that principally instructed it. But at the time, the applicant also needed a modelling tool. Hence the reason when you look at the brief at the start of it, it suggests that it actually identifies this development and the proposed infrastructure as one of the possible scenarios that would be tested in it. Ultimately, I don't think it's ever been owned by Swale, which is why I used that language in para 74. So Swale have always, as far as I understand it, gone to KCC to instruct, I believe. I think that's my understanding. So the model is sort of under the custodianship of KCC.
So the coordination between the council and KCC, does that mean that your clients, the applicants, had no real involvement in developing the model itself?
In terms of the development of the model, the only involvement that we had was aiding in the specification of it. So defining what we felt it would be need to be to ensure that it was useful for all of the intended purposes. There was some assistance in data collection. So as well as KCC and other parties, there was identified some base data that was available from a number of sources. So we made some of that base data available as an applicant. But the actual, and this is the base model, to be clear, this is what we're referring to here. The base model was developed by SWACO. So actually the modelling exercise, the development, the validation, and all of that process.
And where you're developing a base model, in your experience, is that usual for an applicant whose proposals are going to be assessed as part of a local plan? Is it useful for an applicant to have that level of involvement in the development of the model?
It's not the first time it's happened. It varies. Sometimes you have a model platform already in existence. KCC now have a county-wide model, which in certain districts has been locally cordoned to function for individual districts. In that case, the model you're referring to would take place. In other examples, it may be a combination of circumstances. I believe, for example, just around I think another similar scale development, I think, and Otterpool, for example, similar scale development, I think the model that was developed for that was primarily developed, although used for the local plan purposes, was developed in cooperation with the promoters, consultants, and the county council. Less so in that case with the county council, actually more so with the applicant. So it can vary.
So the concern that my clients have is they are looking at a proposal that has been developed following a model or starting off with a model that the developer has had a hand in shaping.
Well, it's just important to note that this is a base model we're referring to here. So a base model is a representation of existing conditions validated to an acceptable level. So as far as is reasonable within the field of transport planning, it's intended to be a fit for purpose representation of the existing conditions upon which to build scenarios and test. So that is the piece of it. So it could be argued that it is as close to a sort of statement of fact, as you can get with a base model. So that's your starting position. So it's not something that you would or could, in any sense, frame other than to ensure that it's fit for purpose to the application. That's the only thing you can do with a base model, is to make it fit for different purposes, to make it fit for the purposes of local plan assessment and make it fit for purposes of individual application submission. So that's the only real leverage you have over a model in terms of that, in that context.
Thank you. May have some questions for KCC, but I'll move on to kind of a more substantive point. So we're turning now to the principle of decide and provide.
Yep. Specifically, design and provide.
decide and provide and the involvement of tricks.
Okay. Yep.
So, in your evidence in chief, you suggested that the tricks guidance has some use, but that there are other sources that can be used to inform as to how one deals with decide and provide.
I have to pick you up on some of that terminology, actually. Sorry. I think what I said was that decide and provide as a concept, as a methodology for forecasting purposes, is one methodology that's proposed within the overall vision-led approach to transport planning. But it is only one. There are alternative approaches that are emerging. It is only a part of the suite of information. It isn't the definitive guidance by any measure for the application of NPPF compliant vision planning. But I do accept that it is a valuable contribution to this emerging policy position and an approach to assessment that we are still in.
So in terms of these other emerging methodologies, did you use any of those?
Well, there's this is where we touched on earlier that the PPGs haven't been updated to reflect this. There are primarily we're into sort of academic areas of research, so vision and validate. I touched on my evidence is an alternative approach. There is we are very much in a we have a policy situation, we have an expectation that we should follow vision-led approach. We have a lot of information telling us about what that means, but the precise, correct way of doing it, there is I think it's fair to say there's a guidance deficit at the moment, and I think that's...
I mean, but having referred to these other methodologies, I don't think you've put any of those sources in front of the inquiry.
Sorry, to refer to methodologies, I think, to pick up the language, I'm saying there is other interpretations of the way that you reflect assessment within vision-led planning. And decide and provide, the tricks guidance, primarily coming from Professor Lyons, has got out of the gate fairly early in setting that out quite clearly. But I think you've only just got to look at Planning Circular 0122 and the way that it approaches it. It doesn't refer to, it refers to them as vision-led approaches such as decide and provide, vision and validate, and monitor and manage, I think, is the other one that's referred to in there. So that when I'm saying there are multiple ways in approaching this exercise, multiple interpretations of how to do it. There isn't at this point, to my knowledge, clear guidance on how to do each of these individual things or how they fit into the wider development process. So decide and provide, for instance, doesn't spend really much time at all talking about how you should reflect vision-led planning within the master planning process. It focuses on the predictive process of changes in trends. What it doesn't do is it doesn't say this is what you should do in a vision-led development in transport terms. So you clearly need to go elsewhere for that, and elements of that appear within the National Design Guide, even though that's slightly older, where we talk about national. So you have to build it up from quite a range of different sources, and there is still an absence of a complete picture of an agreed method. So there's not you should do this and not this.
I mean, what we've never been clear on is actually what approach did you take to decide and provide? I mean, I think in your evidence there was a suggestion that came from you that in respect of the vision that you are proposing, that the vision itself amounted to the evidence that was needed to support the vision. It was quite a strange position.
Well, I think it maybe comes from the fact that, sorry to keep picking up on your terminology.
That's fine, I'm not a transport consultant, so that's fine.
I think you said that I suggested that the vision, the vision-led approach set out in, say, the design and access statement and the transport assessment informs the decide and provide. And if that's the way I presented it, then that's not how I intended to present it. I would have expected to have presented it to say that the design and access statement and all of the work done related to vision-led planning is part of the overall vision-led approach to development, not part of the design and provide process. In truth, the transport assessment, as I've explained before, the original TA doesn't adopt the principles of decide and provide. We bring in elements of the decide and provide into the supplementary forecasting exercise we did post-call-in. Because the transport assessment was produced substantially prior to the TRICS decide and provide guidance coming out. That doesn't mean that it doesn't adopt the principles, the good practice principles of being vision-led in the way it does the master planning, in the way that it attempts to develop a land use planning response to the need to aspire to a vision. So the master planning hasn't been revisited as part of the supplementary forecasting exercise. So to suggest that the vision that was part of the decide and provide process, I think it would be to confuse it, I'm afraid. Sorry to sound very pedantic about the language.
It hasn't cleared it up too much for us, but
No.
let's see where we go here. I mean, I think what came across in your evidence is that you were quite kind of critical of the continued use of TRICS in terms of decide and provide.
Sorry, critical of...
TRICS, the use of TRICS.
No, don't think I did say that. Continued use of tricks for... Tricks? No. I did say that I was concerned about the over-reliance on census data.
I mean, what we were concerned about is kind of what role that you consider TRICS should play in forecasting.
Okay.
And it might be helpful if we have a look at the TRICS guidance at this point.
Which guidance?
So if we go to 24.7.1, which is the DMP guidance.
Yep.
And then PDF page 5. Yes. And you'll probably recall that there was quite a bit of backwards and forwards between Mr. Simons and Mr. Bamber about what was meant by evidence-led.
Yep.
And so this is what we're having a look at now.
Mm-hmm.
The second paragraph on page 5, coming into the third sentence that starts crucially. The guidance here is, crucially, the way in which TRICS is used needs to change. Its ability to shine a light on how trends are changing needs to be coupled with the use of scenario planning to expose future uncertainty regarding how they will continue to change into the future.
Yep.
In this way, it becomes possible for a supply-led demand approach to planning to be evidence-based, whereby the case can be made for a new development whose design will be able to shape behaviour into the future, favouring preferable outcomes, rather than being confined to making the case for new development whose design is judged by whether it will satisfy future projected travel demand and trip rates.
Yep.
Now this is the forward from Professor Lyon.
Yes.
And this is Professor Lyons advocating an evidence-based approach, isn't he?
Yes.
And there was lots made about Professor Lyons referring to uncertainty when Mr. Bamber was being cross-examined. And Professor Lyons does refer to uncertainty in the foreword, but it's not uncertainty about what will happen in the future, or is it? He's referring to there.
Sorry, did you say it's not uncertainty about what will happen in the future?
Yes, when Professor Lyons refers to uncertainty in the forward, he's not referring to uncertainty about what will happen in the future, is he?
Well, I think he is. I mean, the fundamental principle of uncertainty. I mean, Professor Lyons was also a co-author or significant contributor to the what's referred to as the uncertainty toolkit that sits within TAG, and that fundamentally is about how there is uncertainty in the way that the future will pan out, and that we should be mindful of that in forecasting and decision making that we make.
And
so what's your uncertainty you talk? Uncertainty about the past?
No, I think I phrased that question badly. I mean, essentially what we're saying here, the paragraph that I've read out, is that Professor Lyons is saying that TRICS does have an ability to highlight or shine a light on how changing trends can be coupled with the use of scenario planning. So there is a role for TRICS, as I understand it, to be a historic database, effectively.
Yeah, well, it's not as it stands as a single tool, it's not a predictive tool. It is only a database. How you use it is what turns it into a predictive tool, or otherwise. It might be worth trying to expand, just to clarify, what we've done in the assessment work, just to be absolutely clear with respect to TRICS, is that our entire forecasting exercise is founded on the principle of using TRICS person trip rates. So we absolutely are basing our work on TRICS as our key input parameter to the predictive. I talked about headline person trip rates earlier in my evidence in chief. That's all based and founded on TRICS as the source for that. We've done it on a single scenario basis. So we've used the conventional approach to using TRICS, which is to derive a trip rate from the data set based on 5 years of trends, 5 years worth of data, derive an average and assume that will be your trip rate. Maybe I can contrast that with what Decide and Provide says with the use of TRICS, which is what we have applied largely within the supplementary forecast, which is to then use that data, and instead of just taking an average and having a flat line projection, you can look at the graph actually. Maybe if I take you to the part on this document here, where if you go down to the bottom of page 6.
Page 6.
Yeah, so I think in that one, it is sort of, well, actually that's not the best one actually. There's the one with the cone of influence, which is better. But bear with me a second, and I'll find the one that's more illustrative. Bear with me a moment. Excuse me, I've just got to find the page reference for you. It may be in another summary document of it actually. But let me try and explain it without reference. What it's saying is that you can go, instead of looking back and getting an average and then just going forward in a flat line, what you can instead do is go, one way of doing it is to go, TRICS tells us that actually there's a declining trip rate. And therefore, because there's a declining trip rate from, say, residential development, you might, instead of stopping at today and then flatlining it from there, instead assume that trend carries on in declining trip rates.
So if we look at the graph at the bottom of page 6,
yep.
So you've got the Trip A settlements with the TRICS historic trend going in,
yep.
going down at an angle, and then you've got kind of I presume the previous methods for assessing, and then the vision-based approach appears at the bottom. Well,
I don't think these are previous, and these are talking about. This is where the cone of uncertainty, which is the terminology. I mean, it's not just in transport, to be honest. This exists in any type of forecasting where a cone of uncertainty is defined by the limits of your reasonable ability to predict. You know, you don't have one straight line of certainty. You have upper and lower thresholds, and that's where you get your cone. So that's kind of where that's going with that exercise there, and that's what it's referring to.
And so what my clients are interested in is this vision-based
yep.
Kind of supply projection that you've undertaken effectively. And we know that under Decide and Provide that there is a requirement or a provision that vision-based supply has to be justifiable.
Is this referring to the earlier paragraph that was in there?
Yeah, so if you, within the forward, again, at page 6, the
same paragraph, yeah.
The third paragraph under Decide and Provide.
It's page 6, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've given assumptions about the vision-based design of new settlement type A and accounting for the forecast fan of changing trip rate, identify a justifiable vision-based supply-led projection.
Yep, justifiable vision-based. That's the bit you're referring to.
So,
yep. So supply-led being setting a vision.
Yes, you
And-
set the vision and then you justify.
Yeah,
as to
so
how you.
to use the example we were referring to earlier, part of your supply there might be to ensure that you bring forward a development with walkable neighbourhoods that have the appropriate supply of mixed uses within the development, that have the facilities to walk and cycle within that development, that have bus services and off-site modes. That's what I see comprehensively to be the supply within
So-
that supports the vision.
Hopefully, without being kind of too abstract,
Yeah.
how do you justify something in order to show that you've followed that approach?
How do you justify within the terms of that word?
And yeah, how do you justify it?
What I'd hoped to do was do this in evidence in chief while going through some of, I touched then in terms
Yeah.
of the placemaking. So you're justifying that you have made sound, sustainable travel focused decisions with respect to the spatial planning of the development, with the access strategy, the internal and external infrastructure provision. All of those decisions are all part of building up that justification for it, which is, I suppose it's easiest to draw a parallel to take it away from the abstract, is if you had a development of 500 houses that you lumped into a field somewhere and just said vision blah blah blah, everything will be fine, and then lumped 20% off of the trip rate, that wouldn't be a justifiable vision based approach, a justified vision based approach, because there would be no demonstrable effort to follow a vision led or to make decisions within the spatial planning or the transport strategies to respond to that vision. So I'm using an extreme example, but to take it from the abstract into the real world, that you don't just get to say the word vision and then respond with what we refer to as a top slicing. Oh, it'll be all fine in the future, so we'll just take 20% of trips off. That wouldn't be justified. And I'd try and contrast that with everything that I've presented in evidence as to what justifies. And I should point out that this goes all the way through from both the original application and into the more sustainable, focused supplementary scenario, which does embrace some of these parts of decide and provide.
So, coming away from justification at the moment, and having a look at the next paragraph on page 6,
Mm-hmm.
where you have Professor Lyons or the guidance saying identify along this projection a reasonable trip rate.
Yep.
Now, is this clear enough that this is a distinction between person and vehicle trip rates? So a reasonable trip rate would mean a reasonable vehicle trip rate or a sustainable mode trip rate.
That says trip rates, doesn't it, there? So sorry, can you just clarify what you're asking?
Do you understand that to mean just a vehicular trip rate?
Oh, it doesn't say either. It just is a reasonable trip rate. So because a lot of the work in the decide and provide guidance is, the table below, for instance, is vehicular trip rates, but because a lot of it is about changes in trend, it could be applied to person trip rates as well.
And so by personal trip rates, pedestrian.
Total. Yeah, no, not just pedestrian. Sorry, just to clarify. Person trip rate is all trips. Just to clarify, not just a person walking. Just to clarify that. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was clear.
So, and what do you understand is meant by reasonable trip rate?
A reasonable trip rate? Well, it fits within the cone of, or the fan. Sorry, I keep calling it cone. The fan of uncertainty would be what was deemed a reasonable trip rate, wouldn't it? So, the decide and provide guidance says that reasonable is not just one. It can be in varying degrees of uncertainty. So that's what I interpret reasonable to be.
There was some discussion in your evidence in chief about the vision and validate approach.
Yep.
And is that the same as decide and provide?
No, it's not. To my understanding of it, it's not particularly well published in terms of you need to look at academic literature. There's no sort of adopted that I haven't applied. There may be somewhere in global terminology, but it's a different. I think I tried to describe it as being something that uses your analysis to validate the vision. I know that sounds like I've just repeated it back to you, but
and how does does that differ from decide and provide?
Well, it doesn't, at the moment, it hasn't put any meat on the bones, if you will, about how to do that validation process. It set the principle that instead of start with prediction, live with the outcome, and then provide accordingly, because it is a corollary to predict and provide. It says set a vision and then use your analysis exercise by whatever means, not clearly specified, in order to validate that vision is reasonable and using the similar sort of terminology.
So is your understanding of the difference that decide and provide is like vision and validate, but without the validation side of things?
No, because decide and provide is more focused on ways in which you can do the analysis. Careful of not tripping over. I've had a couple of found myself in the middle of the heated debates that have gone on in the past between these two propositions, and so I will tread carefully in this one. But
I think kind of at one point, did you describe decide and provide as being a kind of a wishy-washy version of vision and validate?
If I did, then I would recover that now, because I certainly didn't mean to say that at all. Wishy-washy, I don't think that's the phrase I used. If I did in that context, I certainly didn't intend to. Decide and provide is put the meat on the bones of a practical means by which the practitioner in transport forecasting can move themselves away from a process of being bound by historical tendencies to seek to predict and be bound by current trip rates. That's what it fundamentally does. Vision and validate just moves slightly towards the analysis being a post-validation exercise to some extent. And you can contrast that with monitor and manage, which to some extent almost says that you kind of wait until afterwards and actually see what happens and then provide accordingly. So this is very much an emerging tech area. I do accept that.
We touched on, you mentioned trends earlier.
Yep.
And tricks it advocates the identification of trends in respect to decide and provide. That's right, isn't it?
Say that again, please.
So tricks advocates the identification of trends in respects of decide and provide.
Yes.
And in respect of trends, I'm going to give you a list of trends that we consider. We're trying to work out whether you consider them or not. So.
Within what context? Sorry, within the original transport assessment or
within the original transport assessment?
Okay, yeah, sure. So just to clarify, the original transport assessment hasn't applied decide and provide to the trick rate. The tricks trip rates. Just so you clarify that. So,
but I mean, in terms of identifying trends for your kind of forecasting and kind of going forwards, did you identify a trend for more home working?
I think there was an element of consideration to that. I'd have to go and dig in and check exactly what we did in terms of numerically, but there was some account for that taken, given that I think some of the mode split data we used obviously predated COVID, but it was fairly modest, I think, the assumption.
Are you able to say where in the material before the inquiry we can find that, that you took that into account?
Yeah, I think it's in the right. Okay. I think it's in the transport assessment. Okay, if we're going to go through this, it might have a little bit of time to find this stuff, because there's obviously an awful lot of data within there, and I'll have to go hunting for it. But let me have a look.
I mean, I have a list of them, and if it's easier, and if it would assist the inspector more, I don't know whether or not it's something that.
I'm just conscious that it's to actually get every little.
Yeah, I don't know whether
parameter out. I don't have it all in my head. I'm honest with you. It's,
what you're after, we could be looking in the background. Could you just be clear what it is?
So it's the trend for more home working. The trend for more flexible working.
Trend for more.
Sorry, more flexible
Working.
The trend for.
Yeah. So these are all trends that
So where were these trends taken into account?
So the trend for more home deliveries. Yes, no.
You see it's different.
Oh, okay. One kind of online shopping is the deliveries where you don't have to wait in. Effectively, I understand. Whereas home shopping is where you stay at home and wait for the delivery to come. So, like your supermarket shopping, I guess.
So now I've heard the list. Are you looking for? Sorry, is there more?
So there's more.
Okay.
The decline in bus journeys. An increase in obesity levels.
Increase in obesity.
Yeah. The trend in increasing traffic in the AM peak hour, and this is going to beyond pre-COVID levels.
Trend in
increasing traffic in the AM peak hour to and beyond pre-COVID
Oh, the
levels.
AM or PM? Which was it?
AM.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said.
After COVID.
Yep. The effect of more electric cars. And a wide variation in the possible levels of traffic growth assisted with the technological changes as set out in the Road Traffic Forecast 2018.
Could you just repeat that one?
Sorry. The wide variation in possible levels of traffic growth associated with technological changes as set out in the Road Traffic Forecast 2018. Those are referenced in the... Sorry. Growth associated with technological changes as set out in the Road Traffic Forecasts 2018.
Before we, I don't really know what we're looking for, but can we be, and that's quite a laundry list. I mean, is that linked to anything at all in any of the Rule 6? Hang on, is that linked to any evidence that we've heard, that we've cross-examined and heard evidence on in chief over several days in any of the Rule 6 parties' evidence? If it is, then fair enough, but I'm a bit puzzled.
I mean, it sits with Mr. Bounder's evidence.
Where specifically?
So in chief, Mr. Bamber was discussing, it's not listed in
No, I didn't think it was.
his proof of evidence, but in chief there was discussion, and in cross-examination there was discussion about how the TRICS guidance had been applied.
Mr. Wild, he said the trends and the uncertainty of things.
Haven't. Did I just say that I thought I'd just clarify, just maybe to cut this short, we haven't applied the TRICS and decide and provide guidance into the main transport assessment. So if you want to go through the transport assessment and find all of these to show as demonstration of the application of the decide and provide guidance, it could be a bit of a fool's errand because, as I've explained, we've applied a fairly robust approach in the transport assessment that's more akin to the conventional processes of taking a current trip rate for all of the land uses and applying, hence that headline person trip rate. So I think the premise of the question presumed maybe that we had applied the decide and provide guidance in the transport assessment.
Well, it's a point during your evidence in chief as well, where you were discussing TRICS and identified trends as being a useful part of TRICS to identify. So the point comes from, these are trends that we say you should have identified. So I understand the point that the TRICS guidance wasn't used in the initial transport assessment, but when we're later kind of explaining in evidence that you feel these are trends to be identified as assisting in terms of forecasting, what we understand it to be, did you identify these particular trends?
But the context of the TRICS guidance, I mean, none of this data is in TRICS, except insofar as it might be embedded within trends that TRICS says to look for. As in, so there's a number of parameters that might sit within there that might be when you look at, say, an overall decline or increase in trend in residential, in this case, or other land use trip changes, that are embedded within that. So the TRICS guidance doesn't necessarily, it's saying use TRICS as a tool to go, as I said earlier, look at the trends of declining overall trips. And then all of these factors may well be embedded within that. So I don't think it's saying, well, before I can use that, I have to kind of work out that 0.1% is applicable to this point and 0.2% is applicable to that point. Because, again, not only is the transport assessment not done it, but, I mean, we are getting into realms of fantasy levels of detail,
I mean,
frankly.
are these points that you did take into account when you were coming up with the justification for your vision-led approach in terms of trip rate?
The approach to the vision-led approach is quite clearly we set out. We adopted the elements of the decide and provide guidance with respect to the headline trip rates that says that there is trends, aggregate trends, if you want, as a result of a number of factors that give rise to declining trend towards trip rates. And that is the small part that the supplementary assessment picks up. And that's the bit that's related to decide and provide. On top of that, and separately to that, we went into the discussion that's been talked about in a number of times now regarding assumptions for specific journey origin destination mode shift that's coming out of it, which is not an unconventional way of going about an assessment and a forecasting. So these trends in that respect are embedded into the aggregate trends that are derived from the TRICS database, which is essentially what the TRICS database is endorsing. I think we'd call it kind of first principles forecasting. You can lose yourself in a world of pain trying to predict every single element and combining it together. And I mean, I sort of jokingly said in evidence in chief that we did all this complicated demand modelling and ended up with something of a vehicle trip generation that wasn't hugely dissimilar to a conventional TRICS rate. So while I don't say that to mean that the work we've done isn't valuable, any forecasting exercise needs to be proportionate, and it needs to be I think there's an overriding principle in any kind of modelling, and forecasting included in this one, that it has to be, just because it's bigger and more complicated does not mean it's better. And I could take you to the tag reference for that if you wanted to.
I think in terms of the list that I've just gone through, kind of what we're saying is that's too much detail. We don't need to go into that level. It's overcomplicating it.
Again, I have to keep coming back in the context of the main transport assessment, which is where you originally posed the question. We're not placing reliance on those changes in trends for positive changes in trend. There are some in there that you included that might lend themselves in an opposite direction. I think the implication of increased obesity, that might be an implication of a reluctance to walk or a reluctance to leave the house, I don't know. Again, I would come into the fact that I mean, at risk of sounding like I'm predicting waistlines here rather than traffic generation, I mean that is drifting into the territory of going, oh, people are too obese to walk, so let's provide for more car journeys. I mean, possibly the solution to that is to continue to encourage walking and cycling as a primary mode, and in fact that's built within the government's objectives of sustainable transport having health benefit outcomes. So that feels like a dangerous territory to go into in predict and provide sense.
So if we move on to mode share between the site and Sittingbourne. Now, in terms
this is specific to that point. Sorry.
Yes. So in terms of mode share between the site and Sittingbourne, I mean, your initial estimate of the sustainable mode share, do you think that's correct? Are you standing by that?
So you're referring here to the mode share within the transport assessment as adapted from the 50% mode share. Yes. I mean that's in the evidence, and we've discussed it. Yeah.
So, and we'll come on to discuss a bit more about iWay data later. But Mr. Bamber drew attention to the flaws in the direct application of iWay data to the proposed development, and he questioned the validity of your assumption of an increase in sustainable mode share of over 50%. I think it was from 33% to 50%.
Oh, and you've moved on now. Sorry, from the So you're moving on to the assumption within the supplementary forecasting. Yeah. Is that what your question is pertaining to? Okay.
No. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. No, it's not in the supplementary. It's in the earlier one.
So we're talking now just about the sorry. So you're talking about the uplift from. I mean, just to clarify the terminology there. You said challenging the increase in assumption of mode share from iWade to the 50%. Just to absolutely clear, development isn't in iWade, and therefore there is no valid base mode share for the development as it speaks. So to say an increase would be, I think, somewhat misleading. What we're doing is using iWade as a starter, as an indicator of this, and I talked about this in evidence in chief, of the split. So there's something, it's just a little bit risky saying the word increase, because it implies that the current mode share for the development in this location is X, and we say it will be higher. I'm saying that iWade is used as a proxy, as a starter for 10 of typical trends, particularly about those mode share for those who travel outside and where they go from the journey to work data.
So in terms of the 50% assumption, is there uncertainty about that?
There is inherent uncertainty in all forecasting, and I would be completely unprofessional to say otherwise, because I thought it was going to be 4 degrees lower today, and it isn't. And I can't even predict it the next day, despite a very expensive Met Office computer doing this stuff. So yeah, it would be ridiculous to suggest otherwise.
And did you test the implications of any uncertainty?
Yeah, absolutely. So we looked at it within the context of the pragmatism of it. So you're testing it against the availability. It's not just a guesstimate without any thought. It looks at, you're testing it against the actual practicality of people making those routes, about making those journeys, about the land uses that are available. That's the best in practice you can do, short of what we're now in a world of, which is where you might produce those multiple forecast scenarios.
So we're talking about travelling into Sittingbourne,
Yep.
not the land uses.
No, the land uses that you can access. So if, so to use an example, when testing the practicality of that 50%, one of the obvious things to look at is to look at the presence of the secondary schools, in particular close proximity to the south-east boundary of Sittingbourne. So that's testing the reasonableness of that assumption.
So where within the papers submitted to the inquiry can we see the evidence you're testing the implications of any uncertainty?
Okay, so maybe there's a difference here between justifying versus testing. I think if what you're suggesting is should we have had another scenario that says what if? I think that if that's what you're proposing, then that is not within the assessment, because there has to be a practical baseline limit. I mean, you could sensitivity test and say, what if everybody drives, regardless of where they're going? Nobody goes to school on the site, nobody takes jobs on the site, everyone goes to the shops in Sittingbourne or somewhere else. You could postulate that represents a potential forecast. It's not one that merits testing. It's not reasonable in the context of the NPPF as requested, and therefore we don't think it would be reasonable to test. Having said that, I have in evidence in chief set out and explained under questions from Mr. Simons the sensitivity of those assumptions. What if I think I mentioned that there's something in the region of about 1% sensitivity on that, 1% sensitivity. So I have set out in response to Mr. Bamber's concerns as resided in evidence, and that to me is a valuable test. It's looking at how sensitive is this to the assumption.
I mean, the difficulty in this, it's a point Mr. Bamber made in chief, is finding your calculations as to how you've come up with these figures.
That number I just mentioned then. I'm more than happy to try and sort of take you through that if you wanted to, because in fairness, I did try to minimise the amount of time. I was challenging Mr. Bamber's assertion that this assumption, the sensitivity of this assumption, would result in thousands of additional trips, and I took issue with that point and sought to actually provide some more pragmatism to that. I can go through that process and explain that. I think it's fairly self-evident that if the total vehicle trips are in the in the 3,000 to 4,000 level, that there's not much potential for thousands without getting headline trip rates that are wholly unrealistic and unreasonable. But if you want to go through that point by point, I'm happy to, but it's quite a lengthy process. It's all in the transport assessment.
I mean, what we're struggling with still is you identify an assumption of a 50% kind of uplift.
Yep.
You recognise that there is some uncertainty about that. There's nothing we've been able to find in the papers that show that you've tested that.
Well, I mean, any testing is we actually have, because the supplementary forecast tests the implications of it being higher.
So yes, the supplementary scenario, and in that scenario, our position is that the assumptions that you make there are more extreme.
I wouldn't use that language.
How would you describe them?
I'd say they are more aspirational. That they are now based. We brought forward additional evidence in terms of tangible schemes with respect to Woodstock Road, etc., and other alternative opportunities to enhance sustainable travel. So that's another. I mean, sensitivity testing or challenging assumptions is a two-way street in many respects, isn't it?
I mean, this brings us back to this kind of slightly nebulous concept of it's aspirational, and that's not really an answer to how do you evidence kind of how you've come to the position that you reach at the end when you kind of set your vision. So to say something is aspirational set against the backdrop of...
that was a language to describe the that I used, yeah. Because that's aspiration is the language that's used throughout the decide and provide guidance, and it comes up in the whole vision concept, because it's analogous to that principle that a vision aspires to be better than we are now in our travel patterns. That's what vision planning fundamentally is. It's to move away from this trend or pattern of continually, I mean, this is where uncertainty comes in, fooling ourselves into believing that we have absolute certainty of what will happen in the future, and then predicting it robustly, very robustly, with pessimism towards mode share, then providing for that in the form of junction mitigation, etc., and then being surprised when everyone does it and no one does what you really wanted them to do, which is to walk, cycle, and get right. So I think that to challenge that language or to challenge that concept is to not really embrace what this paradigm shift in approach to transport planning represents.
I mean, is a 50% sustainable mode share a pessimistic approach then?
I'd say it was moderate, but in the context of the overall transport assessment and all of the other assumptions that have been made, holistically we end up with what I would consider to be a pessimistic-ish forecast for the development, because it's just one component. So when you add that to the person trip rates that we've used, the distribution assumption, I sort of highlighted that we end up with an aggregate 74% car mode share for all external trips. I would say that's erring towards pessimism because it aligns with I-weight. So, and you can't just pick up one particular point. You need to look at the aggregate outcome.
It's a fairly important point, isn't it? The 50% sustainable mode share.
50% sustainable mode share for just trips between the development and Sittingbourne, which represent, as I said in evidence in chief, only 15% of the external trips for starters, as an important point. That 50% assumption is derived from data that only really applies to journey to work. And that's a really important distinction, because that only journey to work is the predominant group of people that have access to cars. Primary education is accounted for largely on site. Secondary education makes up a significant proportion of the external trips, particularly to Sittingbourne, and across Kent generally, I say that as a Kent resident myself, the majority of secondary education is undertaken by non-car modes to secondary schools, by either bus provision, walk or cycle. My own children do it, all three of them now. And that is embedded within that 50%. The source data that Mr. Bamber refers to only really, in any sense, applies to, by his own numbers, 15 to 20% of that data. You could be looking at 90% of secondary school children plus going to school outside of the site by non-car modes. So it is. We have to be careful about the way that we present that.
Madam, I'm conscious we said.
Yeah, I'm happy to break. Yeah.
Do you have just 15 minutes? Would that be right?
Yeah, that's fine by me. Yeah. I'm good. I'm all right at the moment. Yeah.
Are you?
Sorry.
I'm feeling it, I have to say. Yeah. I'll take 15 minutes.
15 minutes, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's nearly 10 past, so let's say, 25 past. Let's say 25 past. Great, thank you.
Need to go get some fresh air. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just
Oh, yeah, it does.
You can take time off.
Thank you. Sorry, Mum. How long's the meeting?
Come along, actually.
the inquiry is now resumed, so we'll do another hour, okay? So until about 4:25, and then we'll try and perhaps do another half hour or something after that. Yes? Right, over to you, Mr. Bell. Thank you.
Just bear with me. My
we haven't
my
got
second
Mr.
display
Bam.
has closed itself down, but I've just got it back open again.
We haven't got Mr. Bamber.
Oh.
Should we just wait for a minute till we get him? Here he is. Yep. I think we need to. Do we need to turn the air conditioning units down a bit? Down.
I might move on to internalisation because
Full blast.
I'm
aren't
not
they?
sure we're getting anything else out of this. That's because he's saying.
Right. Okay, everybody. Right. Let's.
We're still going through predict and provide. So should we just deal with internalisation? So thank you. I want to turn now to internalisation, and this relates to your position that 65% of all trips generated by the development are internal. It's a figure that you later revised to 63%.
Yes, yeah, I think I'd summarise
So,
it. Yeah.
I mean, we're working on the assumption that you've calculated this from data.
Yeah.
But what we're not sure is as to where this 63% figure features in your assessments.
Okay, it's not there as a number. You have to
But
work through the data. It's in the transport assessment.
So, but it's clearly an important number for you.
It's important to note that it's an output, not an input. Sorry to be pedantic about that, but I haven't, and we haven't, in terms of our assessment, ever said internal 65%, and that's why it's not presented in the transport assessment.
But you said it in chief.
No, sorry. It's not an input assumption to the analysis. There's a difference between as the transport assessment makes out, there's a very complicated process that we've gone through, zone by zone based journey, which I discussed, not in its full detail, admittedly, but I explained how we had looked at each of the headline trip rates and joined them up. What I was trying to summarise by giving that statistic is to give a feel for, as a result of that exercise, how many of those headline person trips end up staying within the site in a peak. I think the 63% was an aggregate of the AM and PM. But to be clear, I've simply done that by looking at the data in the transport assessment. That's an output of all the work and saying this is the headline trip rate number across the site for all the land uses, and this is the external person trip number as a result of all the calculations.
I mean,
then used it to...
As a headline trip number, it's a number that you've wanted to draw to the attention of the inquiry.
Yes, I wanted to explain it as the output of the exercise has resulted in this proportion of what would typically be. I think the example I used is if you took each of the individual land uses and put them around an area, and every trip that was generated by them was an external trip to that site, those individual red lines, then you would have a number of person trips generated. But because they're internal to the red line, they can be joined together in part, and that gives rise to the internalisation. So I must clarify, it's an output, not an input. I know that sounds like a really pedantic point, but it's really important to say that we haven't decided 65% or 63% internalisation. We've undertaken the process that's set out in the transport assessment, but to explain that to everyone in its entirety would be quite arduous, particularly on a hot day like today. So I wanted to just summarise, for ease of reference, what the benefits are of having a large development like this.
But this comes back to the point that Mr. Bamber was trying to explain in chief, that he hasn't been able to easily assess some of the figures that you come up with. So don't you think that where you're drawing out a headline number of 65 or 63%,
yep,
that it's important that it would be readily available to those assessing or double checking your work?
Well, we can go through. I did make sure that And I am happy to do it, and I can provide the references to how it's derived.
I don't
it is through the
think-
information in the transport assessment. So it is readily derivable from information in the public in the record. It's not some sort of magic behind the scenes model or something I've gone to. I've been absolutely clear that because anticipating exactly this line of question, that I would be able to substantiate that basis with information that was available to yourselves.
I mean, the point is, when you come to an inquiry and you give a figure,
Yep.
then the approach you seem to be taking is that is a figure that you would expect someone else to be able to kind of dig through your data and reach that figure. But you're still using it as a headline figure.
Well, we can. I mean, I'm more than happy to go through it. The only reason I avoided it because it takes quite a bit of time to piece it together. So I'm happy to go through that process. But I come back to the point that when you're testing the validity of an assessment process, as Mr. Bamber has, normally you would look through the methodologies, you'd look through the assumptions. That's the approach you would take, and that's the approach he has taken primarily, is to criticise the assumptions and the methodology. That number is not part of the assumptions or the methodology. It is an output. That's why from the start of my answer I differentiated between that. Obviously, the full evidence, I'm not here reading out every single word of the evidence base through the transport assessment. That would be quite tedious. I've tried to summarise to a point that is valuable, and it's meant to simply convey the message that as part of what is the sensitivity? We touched on this earlier about the sensitivity of assumptions for external mode share to individual places, individual journeys, origin destinations, and part of that, you could, a casual observer could hear that and conclude, and it wouldn't be kind of unreasonable for a layman to think that every person generated from this development is going to go to Sittingbourne to access their services. And if that was something that a layman had in their head, and then we talked about the 50% mode share, they would get to Mr. Bamber's thousands of additional car trips. And the reason for mentioning the 60 or so % internalisation is to explain how one of the key benefits, and this is not unique to this development, all large developments, in fact the whole premise behind garden settlements is to take advantage of internalisation, and therefore it applies a sensitivity or a measure of reason to that data that's being challenged.
I mean, the point I'm putting is you have this key figure that you've drawn out to the inquiry's attention, but we can't readily just point to it
maybe we'll have to do that
without going through an exercise that you say is extensive and will take time.
It involves looking at a series of tables and adding up some numbers, which we can do.
But would it not be more helpful to the inquiry to have the figure to the fore?
Well,
I mean, if you want to do the figure, we can either do the figures or not.
Yeah, I know.
The point is the figure isn't ready to hand.
Okay, I will.
Except you can talk through it and produce the figure, but it's just not to hand. It just seems.
Well, I feel
it is in the evidence, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing. It is in the evidence. So, I mean, maybe it would help if Mr. Ward did a note overnight.
Yeah.
Would that help?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It'd probably be better than talking through it. It might be. It's not that complicated. I mean, it's. Yeah. Yeah.
For an internalisation rate of trips, it's a high figure, isn't it?
Your mic.
63% is a high figure for internalisation trips. In respect of it.
In context.
In context.
In context, no. I mean, given that I've touched on again that if you sanity check, which we've done, and I've explained that, you sanity check the net external vehicle trip generation, it comes to something which is not far off of what you do if you did a first principles approach. I mean, there's a huge amount of land use on site. I mean, primary education, for instance, is largely accounted for.
I mean, one of the key selling points of this development is partly on the internalisation within the development. I think you described it as being higher by many orders when compared with other developments.
Is that language I used? Sorry,
I think so.
By many orders, okay.
Sorry, I didn't know.
No. I think I said higher by many orders.
So a higher rate of trip internalisation, which was higher by many orders.
So,
Good, Mr. Wild, compared with other developments.
yeah. So I think it is all contextual, isn't it? I mean, I keep coming back to using examples of 100-unit development. I don't know why I seem to be obsessed, but if you took a residential development of 100 units, the opportunity for internalisation there is not imperceptible, but it's very low. So the opportunities here are, considerably higher, aren't they, than that? If you were to compare it to another development that was not so well planned, didn't have walkable neighbourhoods, hadn't given considerations to how it might come forward, it would be that would be less, but maybe not as less.
So where in the underlying evidence can I easily put my finger on the material that supports the idea that this particular development has higher by many orders rate of internalisation when compared to other development?
Well, I just touched on the fact that it's large, and we went through extensively in evidence in chief and through the evidence of the master planning process about the response to the land use split, the organisation of those land uses. That reference is made to a potential, say, settlement pattern that could see just hundreds of small developments, couldn't it, where the opportunity for internalisation is negligible. So it's not contextualised like that, because it would have to compare it to every alternative development strategy.
I mean, the 63% figure, I mean, that's based on the level of facilities, isn't it, within the villages?
It's a mix of land uses, yeah.
Mix of land uses. I mean, is there a point where if you start increasing the level of facilities within a development, that actually what presents as a nice piece of kind of internal working for a village suddenly starts to attract trips from outside of these developments? So you have better facilities than some of the other smaller villages, and rather than going into Sittingbourne, say they come out to the villages. Come out to the facilities in this development. Now, the question here comes with respect of external trips coming in, and how you've assessed those. So if we can turn to CD7 31.7, which is volume 7 of the TA.
Yeah, I have that.
It's page 358, it's table 4.8.
Total vehicle trips?
Yes. So if we look at the external trips row and column, so it's the penultimate row on each table, and the penultimate column. And it's very small. And so it's the bottom right of each table. So if we turn to the AM vehicle trips first, so the bottom of the external column, you've got the figure 2,230.
Yep.
And then the total for the external row is 1,333. And so that gives us a total of external trips of 3,563 in the AM peak, yes?
Yep.
And then doing the same exercise in respect to the PM peak, so the table below it,
Yep.
the figure of 15902952, that adds up to 4,542 external trips
Yep.
in the PM.
The external job, we get the 2230.
Oh, it's the. So if you have a look, the last row, so the penultimate row at the bottom of each table, it says external, and as you come along, there's another figure of 1,333. Yeah, and if you add those two together, that gives you the total external trips in the AM peak.
Is that 3560?
Yeah, so that's yes. So 3563 in the AM. Yes, the same exercise, and you get 4542. 1590 and 2952. Yes. So, and are these the total external trips generated by the proposed development?
Vehicle trips. Yeah.
And if we put those numbers into context, is it right to say that they're around 4 times the maximum capacity flows used for the A2 through Tenham, which is taken from the 1,100 derived from TA 7999?
Oh, hang on. Sorry, you're taking the aggregate total external traffic
Yes.
from the development, and
Yes.
you're applying it to the A2 at Tenham.
So yes, the A2 through Tenham, looking at what the maximum capacity flows used for that would be. So TA 7999.
I suppose I can answer the question to the point you're saying is that is that those numbers you've given greater than 1,110? Yes, it is. I don't know how valuable that is as a comparison, but I'll confirm that it's definitely hot.
1110.
Isn't that the number you just cited? Sorry.
Yeah, from TA 7999.
Which is the one-way. I mean, there are a whole. I'm not quite sure it's difficult to. I mean, that number is higher than the other. That's as far as I think I'm able to confirm that. I don't know where the.
So is that not the figure that was used to kind of make the assumptions of the A2 through Tenham?
Sorry, I'm. So two-way peak hour trips generated by the development compared to one-way links on one road.
I'm just putting it into context.
Okay.
So, I mean, the concern that my clients have here is in respect of the assumptions that underline these figures.
Yeah.
And how robust they are.
Okay. I'm happy to just confirm those two numbers. One is higher than the other, but I don't. Yeah, I'll let you carry on. But I don't know where I'm going with that.
So, in terms of how you've assumed these figures,
How have we assumed those figures?
well, in terms of the assumptions that you've made that have fed into those figures, the external trips.
Yeah. So the internal demand modelling exercise.
Yes.
That I talked about before. Yeah.
Bear with me one moment, just frozen. Yep.
So these are all, sorry.
So yeah.
Just while I was looking.
Yeah.
These are all external vehicle trips.
two-way external vehicle trips in the AM and PM peak, respectively. Yeah.
Two-way, and
Yeah.
they're whether to Sittingbourne or further
Oh,
afield.
just completely. Yeah. So total. Yeah.
Okay.
Madam, I think I'm going to have to put my hand up and say that I am struggling
Yeah.
at the moment with the heat.
Are you?
Fine.
I am losing my chain of thought.
Okay.
Um,
Well, the
Fair
only thing
enough.
we can do is stop then, isn't it? Really? Do you want to? We stop for the afternoon, or we stop?
Madam, maybe I could have another 15 minutes.
Of course.
So just
Should we try 50? Would you not? Oh, that's no good for you.
that's the other thing, is I am struggling down here because I can hear the fan more
Well,
as well, but I
Yeah.
don't want you to turn your fan off.
I can turn that off. That's no problem. Should we have a 15-minute break then? All right. It's quarter to 4, so we will. Let's try 4 o'clock and see how we get on. Yes.
Thank you.
Moving into section there.
Mr. Bell's not feeling terribly well, and I think really it's not suitable to carry on at the moment. So we very luckily have got these, or thanks to the applicants,
Fingers crossed.
got 2 new units coming.
Fingers. Yeah, that's the plan. Absolutely. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Okay, so let's hope that solves the problem.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, we're searching, aren't we, still for another venue?
We're looking. Absolutely. We are looking. We've contacted the Science Park as well.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So we've not had a response yet, but
Actually, that's
we're
a good
trying.
idea, because they've got rooms, haven't they? And that would be quite handy. As long as there is some sort of air conditioning.
Oh God, yeah. No,
That's
I
the
think
whole
if we're
point.
going anywhere and it's not got air conditioning, it's almost the literal frying pan into the fire, isn't it?
So anything else anyone wants to say before we adjourn this afternoon? Very unfortunate, but it's just one of those things. And all right, Mr. Bell, we hope you feel better tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we will adjourn till tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much.